nevertheless grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down, "For sale, an enchanted property where, in the lovely forest that it surrounds, the song of birds and sound of its natural flowing springs abound. A lush green valley and the mountains with flowers of every color imaginable all around. And the home that in it exists is as alive as the earth from which it was made. It is alive. For the sun shines on it at dawn and provides tranquil shade as every beautiful day turns to dusk on its large veranda until twilight, where more stars than you can imagine shine so bright. To believe a visit to this property is a must. Ah, for it is so alive." Well, a few days went by and the man bumped into the poet. The poet said, "Well, did you sell your land?" The man said, "I asked the newspaper to read me the ad, and after listening to your description, I changed my mind. Only then I realized that the land was alive and should always be mine. But then I thought, why only for me? That is too centralized, don't you see? God to me is so divine, so much land for just one man, that cannot be. So please continue, my friend, feel free to come by. I only wanted to sell, for before your lovely words I thought I was alone, but not anymore. I was lonely, but your words set me free. Please, my friend, come by and visit me. Teach me how to read. I can share my skills and creativity of all I know in solidarity. And if there are others that want to live with me, invite them too, together imagine. We can all learn from each other in community. It is alive, yet even more if we decentralize." Come with me if you want to see this place of wonder where all can be, learning together in harmony, tilting its soils, planting its seeds. For once the future that shines bright comes through our labor and sacrifice, but also a bliss from His strongest might. Let us chant, for this land is alive. This land is alive. From the shadow of the trees so lovely surrounding us, the multitude of birds and all the springs reverberates from morning to dusk. Isn't there something so unique? May the stars shine, remember you. That classic love story is a lily and the moon. Let us care for the earth we walk upon, chanting His grace in unison. Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam.
Thank you. Thank you, Amma, for the beautiful song and poetry. Very lovely.
You're Thank you, Radha. That's very emotional to me. And you know what? You're that man. You are that man.
Why?
Because I was thinking about you as I was writing the poem. And I have much gratitude to you, sister. A lot of gratitude to you. You're wonderful.
Oh, Amma, thank you. I didn't do anything so special. You are the one that always has the ideas to start the projects and everything. You're amazing. One project after another one. I have a bit of cough, but I hope I'll be okay. Anyone else wants to say anything, introduce themselves? Mahashveta, you want to introduce yourself? Say something? Or Tanya or Vasu? Shall I play it one more time? I think we have time. Shall I? What do you think, Vikashini?
I love it. Sure, you can do
I
it
also
again
love
and
it.
again. I'm not tired of it.
Yeah, I will love it too. Okay, we go for it.
Okay.
A man wanted to sell his land once, so while making in the city he ran into a poet friend. He said to him, "My friend, I want to sell my land which you visit so much and know so well. I'm a simple man that never had the privilege of learning how to read and write, and not so wise. Could you please write a few words down so I can advertise?" The poet obliged with certain hesitation, but nevertheless grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down, "For sale, an enchanted property where, in the lovely forest that it surrounds, the song of birds and sound of its natural flowing springs abound. A lush green valley and the mountains with flowers of every color imaginable all around. And the home that in it exists is as alive as the earth from which it was made. It is alive. For the sun shines on it at dawn and provides tranquil shade as every beautiful day turns to dusk on its large veranda until twilight, where more stars than you can imagine shine so bright to believe a visit to this property is a must. Ah, for it is so alive." Oh, well, a few days went by and the man bumped into the poet. The poet said, "Well, did you sell your land?" The man said, "I asked the newspaper to read me the ad, and after listening to your description, I changed my mind. Only then I realized that the land was alive and should always be mine. But then I thought, why only for me? That is too centralized, don't you see? God to me is so divine, so much land for just one man, that cannot be. So please continue, my friend. Feel free to come by. I only wanted to sell, for before your lovely words I thought I was alone. But not anymore. I was lonely, but your words set me free. Please, my friend, come by and visit me. Teach me how to read. I can share my skills and creativity of all I know in solidarity. And if there are others that want to live with me, invite them too, together imagine. We can all learn from each other in community. It is alive, yet even more if we decentralize. Come with me if you want to see this place of wonder where all can be, learning together in harmony, tilting its soils, planting its seeds. For once the future that shines bright comes through our labor and sacrifice, but also the bliss from his strongest might. Let us chant, for this land is alive. This land is alive. From the shadow of the trees so lovely surrounding us, the multitude of birds and all the springs reverberates from morning to dusk. Isn't there something so unique? May the stars shine, remember you. That classic love story is a lily and the moon. Let us care for the earth we walk upon, chanting his grace in unison. Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Namo Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam, Baba Nam Kevalam.
Wow. I think a very beautiful way to start for today with this beautiful poem and song. So welcome to everyone, really. There are quite a few people already. So thank you everybody for being here. I'm Radha Cohen, and I will just do an introduction for the conference. This is our fourth online conference of Conscious Earth Alliance. And this time we will explore building communities on the land in time of crisis. My background is actually the small community I'm living on at the moment. Especially in the context of the global pandemic, where many people worldwide are looking at ways of living out of cities on the land. Today, this conference will give you lots of information from people on life experience and their own skills in living on the land, creating on so many different levels a new world. You will learn about many topics, like, for example, why we need local self-reliant communities today, especially in the face of the present political and economic situation. You will learn about permaculture, how to grow food, how to make herb houses and collective buildings, as well as natural healing and how to set up a herbal clinic. You will learn about forest living, how to make a food forest, survival skills, how to organize a community defense and protection in case of need. We will also touch on education and homeschooling, how to create a new paradigm of learning. We will discuss on the rising of a new culture based on mutual emotional support, collective decision-making processes, self-governance, and in the context of community living. Towards the end, we will also have a presentation on integrating the subtle and spiritual dimension of life through meditation, yoga, practices, energy work, studies in higher consciousness, cosmology, indigenous and ecological spirituality. So today I will be the first one to introduce the idea of building, thriving community on the land as safe zones. So I will go into my sharing in a moment. Okay. I hope every one of you see this.
I can see well.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you. So really, this conference is about how to build communities on the land and at time of crisis. However, which we call safe zone. However, there are many different ways of doing it. There is not only one way. And what we came up with is that we identified 3 ways. And one is what everyone knows, which is the big eco-villages, the communities, and what we call master units that I will specify later on. However, this is not the only way because not everyone can afford to buy land, can afford to make such big projects. So a type of safe zone and another way of building community on the land is many rural families living in various villages, in the same villages or in the same valley, is getting together and start networking together. This is also a way of building sustainable community. Another way that we identified, which is really a phenomenon at the moment, and it has been for the past 10, 20 years really, are the common gardens in city that we will look briefly, very briefly at the end, but it's also something very interesting to look at. So I will start with eco-villages, communities, and master units, which really what it means is that they are intentional rural projects where the land is locally owned under many different forms of ownership. And it is consciously designed through participatory processes to regenerate our way of living, our culture, and our environment. So the first one I want to start with is Crystal Water Eco Village in Australia. It's an amazing community that started in the 80s. And it has 230 families. And why it's important is because it has been designed totally under permaculture principles. It's very successful. And it has locally, personally owned land, private land, but it has a lot of common land at the same time. And it has cooperatives. For example, the business of the restaurant, the business of the bakery, the business of the cafe, and many other businesses within the community are all under cooperatives and the people share the profit. Another important thing to say about this eco-village, the way it started is that at that time in the 80s, there was a cooperative bank in Malini, in this part of Australia, which was the first one in Australia. And it started to give out loans to people to buy their lots in this eco-village. And that's how it started. And it's one of the most successful. A second one is Findhorn, Scotland, which everyone knows because it's one of the most famous in the world, and especially in Europe. That started as a small organic garden, and then it expanded a lot, and now it has a biodynamic farm. It hosts permaculture projects, biomass heating, houses made with straw bales, and lots of courses and workshops. And it also has a special shop where it's always open during the whole year, and everyone can give or take whatever they need, from a dress to a work tool. Another community that I really love to mention is Bandagen, from Bellingen in Coffs Harbour, also Australia. Why this community is important is the way it started. This is a beautiful area of pristine forest on the sea, or very nearby the sea. And there were developers coming from Japan that they wanted to buy the whole area to make it into a tourist resort with hotels and streets and everything. And the local environmentalists got together and they bought the land first. And they made this amazing community, which is divided in 12 villages. Altogether, there are 180 families with lots of children. And on top of that, many children. Like
You're muted, Rata, we can't hear you. Suddenly.
Oh, really?
Oh, no, we can't hear you.
I can hear her. I
We
can.
can't hear you.
I can hear her also.
I can't.
I'm not muted. I'm fine here.
Yeah, it's your side, Vika. It's your side.
You sound. Can you hear Rata? I can't hear her.
Everyone can hear.
All of us can hear but yourself.
Oh, sorry.
So what happened is that practically the environmentalists bought the land. They created these amazing villages. And the other important things to say here is that they started to build the very aesthetic houses like never seen before, with random earth, mud, etc. Not only, but they created all this new system of reusing, recycling the sewage, like for example, new system for gray water, new system for black water, etc. And what happened when the people from the council came to see all these houses and the way they were structured, they were surprised because they were not matching any type of council regulations. But because they saw that everything was actually working so well and made sense, and everything was recycled and beautiful, with beautiful gardens and fruit trees, etc., they actually created and passed new rules, new council rules, then helped all the other communities and the whole movement of ecological communities in Australia to actually expand and grow, thanks to these guys that practically they were one of the first to start. I want to briefly mention also the village of the elves in the Apennine of Italy, because it's quite different. What they did actually, they went to occupy all these villages, these shepherds' villages on the mountains that no one was using. And that happened also in the 80s. So it's like a community that is 40 years old. And they live in a very primitive way, in the sense that they have no electricity, there is no cars, they walk. They are also divided in 18 villages. And they sometimes one village to the other one is 1 hour walk through the hills. They live in a very simple ways, and they work all together. and and they also collect, for example, their money, whatever money they need. They collect it among all the villagers in a very simple way, like means according to what you want, you give. And they say that this really works for them because it promotes sharing. And they have amazing festivals. Anyone can visit them throughout the festival of seeding and the festival of harvesting. And they have hundreds of guests at that time. Okay, and then the next is for you to understand master unit. Master unit is not necessarily an eco-village. It's a little bit different. What it really means, it's a special land that needs to be away from the sea, at least on the hills from 300 to 800 meters high, but not higher than that. And really, master unit has been identified as a system, a model system to create new seeds of life on the planet. The primary requisite is the provision of minimum requirements of food, clothing, housing, education, and medical treatment for the people that live there, but also doing service to the whole surrounding community. And the first one I want to look at is the Ananda in Portugal, which is a self-sufficient zone based on all-round service that inspires and offers a balanced, healthy, and proactive lifestyle. This master unit is becoming the nerve center of the whole surrounding local community, demonstrating new technology for environmental sustainability, providing guidelines also for spiritual elevation, because this is another specific aspect of a master unit, that the ecology needs to be balanced with spiritual elevation. And here are all the activities. As you can see, it's very lots of veggie gardens in this type of greenhouses. They have many greenhouses. They work together. They have many fruits trees, and they have a very, very alive community life. And they work very hard, as well as many young families staying there. And they also attract visitors and travelers from all over the world. They come to learn and to work together. And also to learn spiritual practices like yoga, music, meditation, and meditation dancing. They also give a lot of importance to cooperate together, to cooperation, and they work, the people that live there on a long term, they really work together, and they put a lot of emphasis on collective decision-making processes. And another master unit that really I like to show is Ananda Putabumi in Poland. Very special land, a very beautiful land. Ananda Putabumi means the place of pure thoughts, and it has a very special vibration. The emphasis is in spiritual upliftment of the people through the study and practice of spiritual science, yoga, and meditation. One of the main approach here is the spiritual ecology, maintaining ecological balance and spiritual elevation. There is plenty of fresh produce. They work very hard, and it promotes integrated farming and is oriented towards self-reliance and maximum production, as you can see. These people really work a lot. They are completely off-grid with on water and energy with solar system and biogas system. There are irrigation systems with dams, ponds with pisciculture for water conservation, and apiculture. And it's very beautiful. It has a seed banks, biofertilizers production, cheap seed distribution centers, and also plants and seedlings distribution centers. And it has also one of the most difficult things to have because it's a lot of work, which is a dairy farm and the dairy produce. Not only, but it's an ideal farm training center to help other projects becoming self-reliant. And they have a very, like cows for them are like their pets. And the cows, they listen to kirtan, which is a spiritual music wherever they are. And they're very blissful animals. They promote cottage industries oriented towards a self-made production like cheese, tofu, and honey, and ice cream. With this, they do cooking courses with their own produced, amazing cooking courses, as well as small cottage industries, for example, pasta making. Is one of them. This one is with their own cereals and spinach, and this one with cereals and their own pumpkins. They have a small bakery, and people come from all over the villages around to buy this produce, as well as they make their own apple cider vinegar and of course sell it. And because they grow berries, they have a berry jam production as well. Now, another aspect that is very important in the master unit is to promote local cooperatives for agricultural research and development to discover new ways to utilize and prolong the vitality of the land. One thing that these master units don't have is a school. However, I want to show one of the most successful schools in a master unit of Ananda Kamala in Australia. And the school is called the River School. It has more than 200 children and amazing. Like they did so much service for 40 years to the whole society surrounding them, so many villages, so many valleys that actually send their children to this school where really real education leads to a pervasive sense of love and compassion for the whole creation. Now, going to the number 2 type of building and thriving communities on the land, as I said before, it's really, even if you live in your own rural house as a family, you can actually learn to network and connecting with other people and sharing your produce. And this is happening in many places all over the world. I've been in Australia, I've been in Europe, and I heard other places in USA. And this is actually happening. Like if you see here, they choose a place once a week. They go to that place and they share their produce, they share their ideas, they become friends and they support each other. Not only, but they also create groups like this one, where after they go and they share their work in each other's properties. In this way, in Australia, we planted thousands of trees because people were getting together, like 30 people, 50 people, going to one properties and just planting trees or doing whatever was needed in the garden to help to maintain the properties. And this was shared all along around the year. This is something that I took from the valley where I live now in Italy, because I really believe that many places in the hills and in the mountains, people are not very far away from going back to live a very sustainable life because they have everything. They produce so many things in the garden, as well as cheeses and all sorts of foods, really, including pasta, etc. And not only, but they have a structure in the village where they have, for example, water where they can go and wash their clothes together. It's still there, everything is still intact. And believe it or not, many of these fountains, they are pure water from the ground. And the last one, but not the least one, is building community in the city through common garden. And this is the pictures I took in Milano just recently. It's amazing. And common gardens in Bologna. Not only people living in the apartments, they have the possibility of going out in the open air, but also they have a lot of produce. They make friendship, they meet each other, and they have sunshine on top of everything. And this is common gardens in London, in Berlin, and in Rome. And one thing very interesting, if you see in the common garden in Berlin, they have a stage for music. And I saw the same thing in Milan, where there was a stage of music at the back of the common gardens, very big area. And from March to October, every morning at sunrise, they have a concert of classical music. And I asked who comes, and they say we have between 100 to 200 people every morning, because they come jogging or doing exercise, and then they attend the concert, the classical music concert. So this is another way of building support and alliance and communities. Okay, so thank you. We will have a moment of we will have a few moments. If you have any questions, maybe we can have it now, because I actually still have 3 minutes.
There's one question, if I may, from Jill Wengler. First was about the name of the master unit in Portugal. So I said Ananda Valley, if I'm not mistaken.
It has 2 names. It is called Ananda Kalyani originally, which is a Sanskrit name. And Kalyani means that one that really shares the welfare with all humanity, that does the thing and actions for the welfare of all humanity. But then, because not everybody understands the meaning, it has been changed to Ananda Valley, because it's a beautiful valley.
It is indeed. I went there. The other question from Jill Wengler is, may I ask how you define pure thoughts?
Pure thought. This is very interesting. Yes, sure. This is exactly about Ananda Buddhism. Sorry. Pure thought. When you do meditation, you are not thinking from the level of, from a mental level. It's like you are in ideation. So what we call in yoga ideation is the pure thought, which is beyond the thought, really. Pure thought is beyond thought. Okay, anything else? Any other questions?
How many eco-village or master units have you been involved in, or started or developed?
Sure. I started a very interesting one in Malaysia. That was my work at that time. And because when I arrived, there was nothing. We had only wild pigs there. And then I started with a children home, because in that area there were Indian villages, and many girls, they were harassed in the Indian villages because there were a situation of many orphans. And so some of the girls, which still had a mother, they didn't have a father, but they had a mother. And the mother asked me if I could actually follow them up during the week with schoolwork, etc. And so I started this children home. And after that, I started a small school, also like a day school for all children, not only orphan children, for all children. But after that, I moved, because I moved to the Philippines. And this master unit continued its progress. And now it's amazing, because it has a huge children home, and it also has a home for elderly people. So they combined the life of children with the life of elderly people. And it works so well, and it became one of the most successful projects even now. And this is actually something that is happening in Catania as well, here in Sicily, in Italy, where one of our whole time volunteers, it's really now having this type of after school for children who are on the street in order not to allow them to be taken by the mafia. And so he really occupies the children with many activities, and they are really amazing. And at the same time, now he's also building a place for old people, because there are many old people that have no housing or not proper condition of living. And so he's actually building that at the same time, and again making this combination of children and older people. Okay.
A question on the master units in the Netherlands, and another question is, what is your future project, Rata?
I don't think there are master unit in Netherlands, unless I mistake. Maybe Madhavi can correct me. And my future project is that as a group of women here in Italy, we are now looking for starting another master unit on the hills, on the mountains of central Italy, between Bologna, Firenze, and Pistoia, just really in the middle. And it's an amazing place. So, but what is really incredible is this: when we go and look for land, you see so many young people that already left the city and they're already living there, either in community or other making their own rural projects. It's amazing. And people meet each other in the towns, and it's incredible, the level of exchange and the level of support that they are giving to one another. So we chose that area, and it's very promising. And so I hope by next year we will have something, yes, going there.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so we will go to the next speaker. Just a moment. I put 1 minute of music, and then we will go to the next speaker. To do things here. Practical. Okay, and so now we will be presenting our next speaker. A huge welcome to Ravi-shekhar. Ravi-shekhar Ananda has a background in social activism, yoga, meditation, and Eastern mysticism. And today's presentation is about the historic context of building this land communities, master units, eco-village, or of going back to the land, living in a rural way, like many people are doing. How did the world end up under the domination of powerful elites? What are their agenda and why people are leaving the cities in response? And is this enough to face our present crisis at many levels, politically and economically as well? So I give the floor to Ravi-shekhar Ananda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can we just do a sound check? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, very good.
It's not too loud, no?
No.
Okay. So if I can share the screen. And has that come through okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. So thank you very much indeed to Conscious Earth Alliance for allowing me to present today, inviting me to present. It's a great topic. I think it's a very important topic today, given the situation the world is in. I think it's always been an important topic, actually, but particularly in the last 18 months, with, of course, the global pandemic. So what I'd like to do is provide a sort of big picture view to the question of why exiting cities and moving to live on the land in a more natural way is an important thing for people to consider doing today. So I'd like to provide this sort of political and economic context. And again, I justify taking this big picture view from the point of view of this quotation here from Edmund Burke, who was a Irish statesman. Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. I think there's a tremendous amount of wisdom in that idea. Another of Edmund Burke's quotations, all it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Such an important concept as we sort of look over even very recent history. And I think it's a tremendous challenge for us today, as it's becoming more and more apparent that we are entering into a very challenging moment historically, perhaps the most significant moment for some centuries, in fact. So this photograph here, if people aren't familiar with that, is Cecil Rhodes. And he was a very wealthy British industrialist. He had also become, I believe, the governor of South Africa. This was in the 1800s, and became one of the wealthiest one of the wealthiest people in the world during that period, associated with the diamond mines of South Africa. He had been educated in Oxford University. And of course, we've got to remember this historic context here was that Britain was the most powerful economic, industrial, and political entity in the world at that time. It was the height of the British Empire. And he left his tremendous wealth to the cause of expanding the British Empire globally. And it's very interesting to look at that historic time globally when the British Empire covered a vast amount of territory globally. And a lot of the events of that period can be interpreted as the geopolitics of British imperialists to sustain and to continue the projection of their empire. For example, the 1848 revolutions across Europe in that period, in many ways can also be traced to this geopolitical manipulation of the British at that period, effectively to turn one nation against another in the context of Europe. And that was very much a tactic that the British imperialists of that period became very adept in. We would call that also divide and conquer strategy. I think it's very important today, in the spirit of Edmund Burke talking about know your history or be doomed to repeat it. Because this divide and conquer strategy, I think, is very, very much prevalent today in very many ways, and in many more subtle ways than during that early period. So Rhodes ended up going on, and we know him today. Many will know him as the funder of the Rhodes scholarships to attend Oxford University, where a type of training would be given to recipients, and those who sort of fitted the profile could be picked up in order to support Rhodes's agenda of the globalization of British and, in fact, Anglo-Saxon world domination. The other thing that he was most known for was setting or funding what became the Society of the Elect, which was a small inner group of people who shared Rhodes' vision of Anglo-Saxon world power projection. So this was called the Society of the Elect. It went on throughout, particularly the English-speaking world, and then more generally to the British Commonwealth, to become the Round Table organizations. So we're going to talk a little bit more about these type of organizations a little bit later in terms of understanding the contemporary context that we're living in. Professor Anthony Sutton, he was a very interesting academic, I believe at the Hoover Institute in the US. He talks about managing international conflict to derive financial benefit as being one of the main drivers, again, in understanding contemporary world history. So one of the drivers being this hidden way of maneuvering events in order to bring a certain outcome for those in power. So he uses one example was the Russian Revolution, which he's essentially saying was regime change. Now, the word regime change and the concept is quite familiar to us today. It was something very prevalent going on regarding US foreign policy in Central America, in South America, but we don't often think of it so far back in history as in the early 1900s. So his analysis of that is the Soviet Union, it was regime change. They wanted to get rid of the Tsar, and that was the way the Bolshevik Revolution was going to be the means of doing that. So this again is talking about a type of power that is not directly related to governmental power. In other books he's written, he goes into the analysis of the power of small groups. We may even call them secret societies that have enough power and influence to effect and influence literally world events. So this is starting to look at some of these dynamics of power. And at this point, we start coming across an important word called oligarchy. So the word oligarch is literally meaning rule by the few. So meaning rule of the many by the few. I'd like now to pass to this recording by President Eisenhower. This was his exiting the presidency. He'd been president in the US for 8 years. And this was his final address, final speech. And he said something very, very historic in this speech. And I'd like us to just listen to that.
No sound. No
Okay.
sound.
Okay. We've got no sound there. Let's go back here and okay, I'm going to have to share it again. And this time share sound. Okay, let's just test that, please.
We annually spend
It's okay?
Okay.
on military security alone. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
When Eisenhower spoke on this, he wanted to use the word military congressional industrial complex, and they persuaded him to drop the congressional because he was already on enough water. He didn't want to be too alienated.
Am I still sharing screen?
No, Dada, you are back.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so what Eisenhower's talking about there, the key term, and it's a very famous speech, was of course his reference to the military-industrial complex. The second speaker there who referenced that speech was Ralph Nader, who was a 4-time presidential candidate in the US elections. And what he added to that was the original script for the speech of Eisenhower at that time included 3 words, was the military-industrial congressional complex. So congressional referring, of course, to the Congress. And that's a really remarkable thing, that an outgoing president, this was a speech in 1961, would actually talk about, warn the US population about the military and the industrial sectors in collaboration, and it apparently wanted to include the Congress, literally the government apparatus, in that complex, and to warn the people against it. So that's definitely an important speech made there by Eisenhower. So there's another speech, and I know that many of you who have followed deeply this sort of area will know this speech because it's very, very famous also. And let's just jump into that. This one is John F. Kennedy, and let's take a look.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. For we are opposed around the world.
Okay, so that was Kennedy giving a very similar warning, and this time he goes far beyond the military and the industrial. So he talked about all these other sectors that impact on national life. So it was, and it happened, I believe, only a couple of years after Eisenhower also. So I think these are very important speeches that start to provide a context to what is happening. This is a quote from historian Alfred McCoy, again referencing the US. America's bid to extend its hegemony deep into the 21st century through a fusion of cyber war, space warfare, trade pacts, and military alliances. The marquee instruments of American hegemony, COVID intervention, client elites, psychological torture, and worldwide surveillance. So again, it's starting to paint a sort of different picture than probably what certainly the mainstream and other sort of mainstream institutions are presenting to us. Let's move now into looking at where this complex, where this intersecting of these powerful, important parts of government and business are leading us towards. So here's a statistic from The Guardian in the UK, a famous newspaper in the UK. From 2018, richest 1% on target to own 2/3 of all wealth by 2030. And here we have another graph, this time of the, again, this concentration of wealth. That's from Oxfam. This is from Senator Sheldon, White House. Corporations of vast wealth and remorseless staying power have moved into our politics to seize for themselves advantages that can be seized only by control over government. So what he's touching on there is this intersecting of wealth, which is essentially going to be business and politics, to seize control effectively over government. That's Senator Sheldon, White House. So here we have a quote from Chris Hedges. And we have to grasp, as Marx and Adam Smith did, that corporations are not concerned with the common good. They exploit, pollute, impoverish, repress, kill, and lie to make money. They throw poor people out of homes, let the uninsured die, wage useless wars for profit, poison and pollute the ecosystem, slash social assistance programs, gut public education, trash the global economy, plunder the US Treasury, and crush all popular movements that seek justice for working men and women. They worship money and power. So again, we're starting to get a sense of where this is leading. What is the state of play? Now, you don't hear this type of language through official channels from government, from opposition parties in government, from the main media. So it's very, very important for us, if we are to genuinely come to a proper understanding of what's going on in the world we're living in, that we have to sort of go outside those mainstream institutions and start literally looking for alternative insights into what's going on. And the alternative media, of course, is playing a very important role in that regard. This diagram here is looking, it's the work of Professor Guy Standing, an economist at the University of London. His sense of where this is actually leading is in terms of the emergence of a super rich class, below which is what he calls a salariate, below that a proficient class, and below that the traditional working class. However, the difference between his model and what were the earlier presentations of a type of class structure within, for example, the European context, is that he says below the working class, we now have a new class. It's called the precariat. Of course, this word's going to derive from the word precarious, where the existence of these people is literally precarious. There is tremendous instability in terms of their income. They will have temporary and short-term and zero contracts, working contracts. So their lives are literally precarious, very unstable. He divides it into three sections. The first are the people who traditionally were in the working class, the children of the working class families that no longer themselves can get back into the working class. And we would relate that phenomenon to deindustrialization, whereby the factories in many of the so-called advanced countries, those traditional industrial sector factory type jobs are no longer there. So that group end up in the precariat class. The second group are immigrants. So they've immigrated from another country in order to get greater opportunities and to access greater resources, but they end up again in this precarious category, the precariat. And the third level is the what's called the educated group that now form this precariat group. So can I just check the sound is there? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's interesting here in this precariat group is that third group that are educated. They may even have been from people, from families within the salariat, traditional middle or even upper class or upper middle class, but they can no longer get back into that class. They can't get into the traditional working class, and they end up also in this precariat. So I think that's quite an important phenomenon, because they become the disgruntled. They have had education, they have the interest, they have the motive to start looking at how I have arrived in this situation. And so they become a very important group to look at in terms of effective social change. Okay, I want to share the screen again. Okay, and then underneath that precariat class, we have the unemployed underclass. So that's even more precarious than the actual precariat themselves. So again, where is society heading? Well, we've been looking, we've had 2 presidents of the United States giving a clear warning about the agendas when powerful bodies start intersecting with agendas that are not necessarily in for the benefit of the whole society. So, and then we have here Professor Guy Standing saying where this is leading towards is the creation of this precarious class where there's no security, there's no security of income, security of shelter and accommodation. Everything has become precarious and unstable. And beneath that, again, a complete underclass. Now, this system has been called by other commentators as a type of movement towards neo-feudalism, a neo-feudal type society. The oligarchical system of Great Britain is not an autochthonous product of English or British history. It represents rather the tradition of the Babylonians, Romans, Byzantines, and Venetians, which has been transplanted into the British Isles through a series of upheavals. The status of Britain as the nation fultu of modern history is due in particular to the 16th and 17th century metastasis into England and Scotland of the Venetian oligarchy, along with its philosophy, political forms, family fortunes, and imperial geopolitics. The victory of the Venetian party in England between 1509 and 1715 built in turn upon a pre-existing foundation of Byzantine and Venetian influence. What's that all about? This is from the historian and economist, Dr. Webster Tarpley. He gives a fantastic insight into the many essays and books he's written about this thread that has run through several thousand years of human history. And in this quotation, he's bringing it back to actually the Babylonians. So I think it's a very important quotation where he talks about a thread coming from Babylonia, entering into the Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, of course, which was the Byzantium Empire, and from there into Venice, what became known as the Venetian oligarchy. And from there, he claims that it then ends up in Britain. And I think this is a very important concept that we could take a look at in a bit more detail. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen. So what he's talking about there is there was the basic theme that's emerging from what's being presented here now is the idea of an oligarchy. Remember, the rule of the many by the few. And historians have traced a type of trend coming out of Babylon that ends up, which expressed that malevolent rule by a few over the many in that Babylonian period of history, and ends up in Egypt. Some have even traced it to Greece, with the corruption of what was known as the Eleusinian mystery religions. So this isn't simply a political program of, using political force to dominate one's own country, but rather, nor other countries, but that there's a much deeper concept or philosophy guiding this phenomenon, and that got called the Eleusinian mystery religion by the time it reached Greece. Now, it's not to say that the Eleusinian mysteries were all the time corrupted, but it does. Some commentators, historians have certainly claimed that the Eleusinian mysteries got infiltrated and thereby corrupted in terms of this Babylonian, which then became an Egyptian type of philosophy. And that philosophy had a dimension that was clearly occult, so clearly related to the, let's call it, the astral world, and taking or creating a type of relationship with entities within the astral realm. So it's in a sense, it's about occult power relating to the astral combined with political power. So that's what Dr. Tarpley was referring to when he delineated those countries through which this type of philosophy was moving. And it's important in that time, again, to look at this connection between the occult, the astral, and political power. And I think that's important to get that sense because I believe it's a factor in what's happening today. Okay, so that was Dr. Tarpley. Now, it's very interesting, the whole advent of the Venetian oligarchy. And I think it's also plays quite an important part in understanding what's going on in Europe even today in these contemporary times. So the claims being made there, another author who looks into that is William Stewart and Joseph Farrell. So the idea there is that this sort of occult political nexus that comes together in this Venetian program ends up migrating through Switzerland, then on into Holland, and then from Holland crosses literally to the city of London, where it gets well received. And that becomes the basis for what eventually becomes the British East India Company, which was really leading the advancement of the British Empire. So the British Empire, when it was developing, was not directed by the government. It was not a British government operation. It was actually the consequence of the British East India Company, and that had clear links with Holland. And that became the driving force of what then became the British Empire. And of course, we know, as we trace the events of the British Empire, it was clearly an oligarchy at that time, where royal power held was part of the oligarchy. I think it was the central part of the oligarchy, in fact. Let's go ahead and take that question.
Good. Yeah, who had the hand up? There was a question. Please go ahead.
Okay, let's carry on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen that. Are you able to see?
Yes. Dada, just a question. How many minutes you want to give for question and answers?
15.
Great. Yeah.
So how long have we got?
So really, you have now, now.
Okay,
some-
let me continue actually, if it's okay. So it raises a question of from where comes this tendency towards empire and domination? Because that would appear to be the key factor here. So the history that we've just been looking at and sharing is the history of oligarchy. It's the history, it's the unmistakable trend throughout human history for thousands of years that we've just sort of been talking about, where we end up dominated by elites. So the following quotation, which says, when the mind is directed towards matter, the psychic movement is towards the crude, the ultimate outcome of that will be imperialism. Now, I find this a very, very important.
The quotation disappeared.
Yeah, it's okay. So the idea here, I think this is a quotation of Indian philosopher P.R. Sarkar. And what it does, it links the mind directly to the political expression of empire and of exploitation. So it's sort of coming, it brings it down to the mind. I think that's an important concept for us to appreciate. I'd like to share, and let's see if we can then go on with some questions after that. Let me share a slide and just quickly discuss this. I think this, for me at least, this puts in some context to the situation that we are living in. Okay. So it identifies a number of these institutions, organizations in a society that today really hold the power of the society. One, of course, is finance, banking sector. The other is intelligence, referring to the intelligence agencies. The other is the military, talked about by both Eisenhower and Kennedy. The industrial sector, obviously a very powerful, important sector. Governmental, what Eisenhower had wanted apparently to refer to as congressional power in the US context of the Congress. Transnational corporations, obviously today hugely powerful, hugely influential. And then this final one, organizations. This includes bodies like the United Nations, World Trade Organization, International Monetary Fund, World Bank. And within that section of organizations, I think we have to include these so-called secret societies and their agenda that we talked about earlier. So I think this is one simple way of understanding where the power lies. And what's really happened, as you see in this diagram, there's a nucleus point where all these groups join together. And that is where I believe the greatest danger really lies, because that is where agendas from these powerful bodies start getting evolved in terms of which direction to take the society in at the nation state level and ultimately the world society on a global level. So I think that's basically what we're confronted with. You know, the question arises as to what to do about that, where to go with it. And I think that's the most critical question today facing humanity. We have these very, very powerful global entities that clearly seem to be oligarchical in nature and playing out agendas that are taking the world towards this type of neo-humanist, authoritarian, biosecurity state type system. So I'd like to say that, address the key question of the presentation: is exiting cities, moving to the land enough? Is that enough? Is it even positive to do that? Well, from my perspective, yes, indeed, it is positive to do that. However, and it's positive, one, in the way of in terms of the well-being of the individuals that manage to make the shift, you know, to live in a natural environment. I think secondly, given the present developments in the context of lockdowns, of pandemic, of draconian policies of government, it makes a lot of sense to get out of cities today. But I think the most important point from what I've tried to present here is that this is a much bigger story. This is literally, what is the direction of human civilization today? What is the future towards which we're moving? And I hope it's become clear from the perspectives I was presenting that that's not a good direction of movement that we are now on. And remember, the most powerful interests and entities in the world are pushing that agenda. So I believe the greatest contribution has to be made at the political level. And it involves literally the creation of a new type of leadership. We talked earlier about the mind being the factor that has allowed these oligarchs or these elites to shift society in a malevolent direction, in a direction that's against the well-being of humanity. And that being the case, we've got to also look at the mind. And what was it about the mind of individuals that put themselves in those roles that led to that happening? So there's a lot there to do with our actual self-development as individuals and thereby as collectives, consequently. Now, the good thing about people starting to shift from cities to live on the land and community is that it is a part of what we can call decentralization. And the more that this trend is encouraged, I believe the greater is the capacity of our societies to start to decentralize, both particularly economically. So I think the trend of living on the land definitely needs to be encouraged. However, I would say that to remember the big picture context that we've reached this historical moment where society is at a very, very dangerous point, and that the people living on the land and making that move to live on the land absolutely need to be aware and engaged in this bigger political transition process. So I'd like to leave it there and let's go into some questions.
So how do you see the people living on the land being able also to impact the rest of this political and economic situation?
I think, again, there's a couple of factors I see. One is having proper, clear understanding of the situation. That's not that easy today because there's a tremendous amount of censorship going on at all levels of the society, including amongst medical professionals, scientists, doctors, academics. So there's so much censorship today that just getting proper information, one has to do some work to actually get that. So it takes some effort. So that proper understanding is the first thing. The second thing is having a sense of what is the preferable alternative. What's better than this current system that has this oligarch quality about it? So what is a better system? So that means a lot, we've got to start having these serious conversations. This, history has arrived at this crucial moment. For example, in 1989, when communism was falling in Europe and the Soviet Union, they had to ask themselves exactly the same question: what is a better system? Because their system was crashing. And in the absence of having a clear alternative, well, you know what's going to happen. And, the capitalist system walked straight in and took over it. And you got another oligarchy. So they had one oligarchy in the party, and then they ended up with a capitalist oligarchy. So there's a tremendous amount of learning from that whole episode regarding the fall of communism. So we need to have a proper, clear understanding of alternatives to this current oligarchical command system that's being rolled out today. And the third factor is capacity to mobilize. This is the mobilization of awakened, aware people. Now, the good thing about the pandemic is probably very unintentionally is that it has awoken, I would say, literally millions of people worldwide to the situation that we've been talking about. We are living under the domination and control of these elites that are rolling out agendas that are not in our best interests. So that's positive. So this mobilization, meeting together, looking at your alternatives and how you're going to start connecting with other people within your community and communities connecting with other communities in order to have collective strength and weight here.
Yes. Anyone would like to make any questions at this point? One thing that I was thinking is, don't you think that it's also possible that the powers that are at the very top, these oligarchic powers, they may start to destroy each other? And actually what we are doing, we are creating a new world on so many different levels, physically, as well as psychically, and as well as communally, to really be able to live harmoniously together. And this world eventually will take over and will become the reality.
Yes, I think there is this factor of dissension within the negative side. I can describe it like that. But I don't see that as the main factor. I see the main factor as being those 3 points I talked about. Clarity of the prevailing situation. We've got a lot of work to do there. We aren't, as a collective humanity, aware. They have been very, this other agenda side has been very good at selling us their story and to submissively accept that. I'm reminded also about the War of Independence in the American history, where only 3% of the population actually went to war against Britain and won. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. So I really do think it's those 3 factors. One, clarity of understanding the current situation. Second, having an alternative. We've got a lot of work to do on that, because there's no clear alternative that's really penetrated the collective mind of the progressive people in the world. We've got a bit of work to do there, even on that point. And third point is mobilization. And you can't do the mobilization until you have the other 2 clear. Particularly the second one, the alternative, is very important.
Thank you, Dada. Thank you, Ravi-shekhar. That was, yeah, very, I guess we will have a lot to think about that. And the questions may come later, but thank you very much for your presentation today. If anyone has anything more to ask or to say before we close this session and start with the next one. Okay, so we will have just a small break of 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will go to the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to the next session, which is actually going to be a panel. And the title of the discussion on this panel is From Surviving to Thriving on Land Communities and Eco-Villages. And we have Joel Yoder from the Amish community in Ohio State in US. And Dada Padmeshananda from a master unit in Africa in Burkina Faso. And the presenter and facilitator will be Yolanda Decken, who is here. And I would like Yolanda to pass on the floor to you to give an intro and to start the facilitation of this panel session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Radha, for inviting me. We go into the part, as Radha said, it's about from surviving to thriving. The whole day is about living on the land. And now we did our best to find several people to talk from their experience. They come from a really different start. As Joel from the Amish, well, he was born into this community, so he might be like the fish in the water, but I know he's not. He's very well aware of the richdom he is living in, and he will talk later. And then we have Damini from Portugal, and Damini chose very consciously as a mom to have another life for her children. And we have Dada, and Dada from Ananda, no, that's Ananda Viirata in Burkina Faso, and he chose this life as a mission. So I really wish you a lot of experience from what these three people bring, and I would like to give you a little tip that you really actively listen from what you like to learn, what you like to know, for your next step to take in this whole process. And of course, it makes no sense to have to think of all the blur you don't like to hear, but really listen from the quality what serves you. And we did our best to find those people, and those people are available to willing to share their knowledge, their wisdom with us. And yeah, I wish you a really nice chat. We're now going to, oh, and that's also, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat so we can have them for questions and answer session afterwards. And you might be looking for somebody from any country or any project. So ask your questions in the chat, use it, because the people who like this topic are there now for you. So we're now going to Ohio, Joel. He lives in the Amish community. And I think this is one of the maybe oldest community who consciously chose to live different in a different society. And they are very successful in thriving. And we can learn a lot from them. There is even a book on that. What can we learn from the Amish? So Joel, we had a talk before, and the most important thing, what I got from you is you're a really warm-hearted person, a family man, a rich member of this community. And please introduce yourself. And now and then I will ask you some questions.
All right, thank you for having me. And I feel that this is a privilege to be speaking to you people, to help you better understand what our community is and what we believe and why we live off the land and why we thrive as a community. So that's what I want to talk about today. I'm Joel Yoder. I'm 41 years old. I'm married to my wife, Ruby. We have 4 children, Lucas, Joel, Micah, David, Faith Elizabeth, and Alec Matthew. And I grew up in a family with 10 children. You might think that's a large family, but I feel that we had a lot of privileges growing up in this Amish community, and we learned a lot of things, and that's what I'm sharing today. You wanted to know some things.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there is something with your mic. If you can adjust it a bit, there is a sound coming.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah, it's still
Yeah, we can hear it properly, but it easily crackers, you know, like little disturbance between, but it's little.
Okay, so we can, the community we have here, we have roughly in the United States, we have like 230,000 Amish people, which is a large number. In our county or our community right here in Ohio, we have like 60,000 people. And you know, we have our own properties, but we're all one community. So we look out for each other all over the US. And if somebody's hurting or somebody has a catastrophe, we help. We just show up and we help people because we know how it is. Sometimes we are the ones that need help. So we don't ask what can we do? We just show up. And we help people if their house burns down in a couple weeks, they have a new house, or their barn burns down 2 weeks, they got a new barn. Everybody pitches in and helps. So that's one of the strengths of our community. So that's who I am. That's who our community is. And so that's what we want to talk about today.
Great, thank you. That's painting the picture where you were born in. And it's a lot of people. It's a strong community then.
It is.
Yeah. And how does your community generate income? And do they move into a kind of future? Are they moving to, do they have plans for future, how to develop?
So our community was more of a farming community. Everybody had their own farm, but we are changing because it's hard to make a living nowadays on just living on the farm, because a lot of the people that you know, the milk production, everything, they want the big farms. They want to back up the semis to the big barns, and so it's very hard to make a living on a small Amish farm. My dad has a organic grass-fed farm, so he produces milk, and he does very great with it. That's what he does for a living, and he's done it for 40 some years, and that's what he enjoys doing. He also did like butchering and you know, processing meat, and that's one thing we learned from Dad, so we can do our own provide for our own things to eat. And the other thing we do a lot is we do a lot of canning. You know, we grow our own things, because we know a lot of things you buy from the store, you don't know, is it GMO, is it what it is, pesticides. So in our farm there, we grow our own things. We know it's organic and it's good, because a lot of those pesticides, they really hurt your body. And a lot of people have health issues because of that.
Yeah, that's what you recognize, and that's very consciously chosen already by a long time. Where did the Amish from origin come, and when did it start, those communities? What year?
Back in the Reformation, Martin Luther, he put up those the theses, and he said he didn't agree with the Catholic, all the Catholic things that were being taught, and Mena Simons was one. Then also Jacob Ammon, he was in Alsace, France, and this is one thing that's very interesting. Our ancestors came from Alsace, France, and if you look our barns, it looks a lot of the same style barns and the way the people live over there. The one thing that's interesting that we discovered, Dan Winter's ancestors also lived in Alsace, France. So it's a long shot, but they might have known each other. That's a long shot. I don't know. But I know my ancestors trace back to Alsace, France. And it was those ox mine, I forget the name, but it's a place in Alsace, France, which was close to where Dan Winter came from his mom's side.
Yeah. And to understand for others, Dan Winter is one of our speakers very often also, and he's also on the listening now. That's really great. So it's a long history of experience. And could you say, what are the main things that make your community thrive as it thrives? I hear the connection, the commitment to each other, taking care of good food, of good health. And could you say something more about what makes the Amish thrive so well, also in this time?
Yes. So what we have a community, and we're Christian people, and our people think Amish is a religion, but it's a culture, is what it is. So we have God as our guide. We believe the Bible is the roadmap to heaven. That's what we believe. So our community, we don't have a pope, or we don't have a leader. What we have is God as a leader in the center, and it's not explosive or centrifugal like the world. We don't believe in fighting. We don't believe in wars. We believe in peace. So our community is towards center. And I believe that if you look at the Bible and what Jesus teaches, it's not pressure, it's not hate, it's love, it's towards center. And you know, centrifugal motion, I learned that from Dan. he's the greatest physics teacher I ever saw. I learned a lot from Dan just by listening and talking with him. And, you know, even though we don't agree on everything, we can still learn from each other. And he's very respectful to how we live. And the way we met, I talked with him about ultra imploders, and I sell them for him. And so the first day we talked, I said, well, I'm Amish, you know, we're kind of weird and everything. And Dan was like, oh, no, you're not. Because his mom made a living from painting Amish people from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. That's how she became famous. So we had two connections with Dan, so he knew who our people are. So everything is towards center in our community. And that's what makes people look, and they're curious about this. You know, most people in society, their furniture is turned one direction. It's turned toward the entertainment or TV. Back in the day, you know, when people were younger, the 40s, 50s, people had time to sit on their front porch and talk in the evening. Now, the TV came, the cars came, and, you know, people could go any which direction. Individualism. And with technology, now, even if people are at home, let's say if in regular society, they can be at home and they're on their own gadgets and they're talking to people all over the world and they're not connecting as a family. Even though they're not at home, they're not connecting.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. I understand from your community that you're really interested in each other and connected and standing for each other. I heard also, thank you for this. This is a big value. And I heard also an Amish person saying that from the beginning, the Amish community didn't like involvement from government, didn't appreciate the healthcare as it was from the pharmaceutical industry, and didn't like the education. So, and those are the three very important topics: ruling and educating people through life. And do you recognize that? And coming from that, do you have also an advice? We are almost through our time also. Have an advice for people who are looking for living on the land and are starting, to form a community now? Do you have an important advice for them?
Well, first of all, the school thing, if you saw some of the things I sent, we started our own schools back in the 50s. And we felt that we don't need the higher education because Amish children learn things from their parents, like apprenticeship type. So that's how I learned to work on the farm. And I learned to work with my dad, neighbors, and people around you have a lot of influence. Like my neighbor, he lives just up the street and he doesn't live anymore, but the way he lived just by following the Bible, and, you know, us boys were a little bit rowdy sometimes, but just by watching him, and he helped us to see that we want to stay in this community and live for Christ. So we started our own schools, and it was, people went to jail for that. And now look at, in our area, this was back in the 1950s, look in the US, how parents are fighting the schools because of the CRT and all that, which is communism, really. So we were concerned about that 50 years ago already.
Yeah, you were really forcing it. Yeah.
I'm glad our children can go to a school and we're comfortable with what they teach them. Because if you look at the classrooms, you know, we have violence, we have all kinds of things. And in the 1960s, it was like, you know, we can do whatever we want. And we took the Bible out of school, look what happened. I mean, the children are rowdy. We have shootings. We have to have security guards. We didn't have to have that before. because this is the rot of society. If you look at Rome back in the day, they were a very powerful country, and they rotted from within. That's what it was, a rot of society is what ruined Rome.
Yeah.
So your question, how do you start a community like this living off the land? So I feel that that's a secondary effect of knowing God. That's why we want to live off the land, live with nature, because of our love for God. So I believe it's very important to have God as the center. Then we want to, you know, I'm not into the, let's say, the real left wing.
Yeah, I got that.
Save the earth. But we don't want to ruin the planet. We want to be respectful of the planet because we realize we need the land to help us live. We grow things. So I think it's very important to have the focus on the center of our community so we can thrive.
Yeah.
Because if you live in the city and these catastrophes happen, I mean, they can't go to McDonald's if they're shut down. We can just go down to our basement. We have a whole basement full of food. And that didn't just start now because we're in fear. We've had that as long as I can remember.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for painting that picture. And it might be also a surprise that this Amish community, for a long time, it seemed they like a kind of backward. How right you are about being prepared for this time and having that God-centered way of living. Thank you so much. We have late time in the panel, and then now we go to, because topics you mentioned are also in the program. It's very beautiful, also about the teaching and the ongoing learning. So it's really beautiful what you bring in. Thank you so much. Then we in the panel we see each other with the questions and answers. We see each other once more. And then there might be more questions for you. Then we like to go now to Damini in Portugal.
Oh, that was great, Joel. Really, really, Joel.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We like to continue to go to Portugal, from Ohio to Portugal, where Damini lives with, and she is really a mother of very young children. And in 2016, they have very consciously chosen to be, to live on the land and in a starting community. And they're even looking now for, within this community, an own plot to create more. She's busy with that. And I think Damini is an inspiration for a lot of people in this community, also mixing the responsibilities for a family and living in nature, and also knowing a lot of technical things, because she's great at social media and communicating and taking care of things. And let's see if Damini is there. Damini, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes. Good to see you. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, I think you already did it in very well way. So my name is Damini, and I live in Portugal in a community, in a spiritual community with a lot of people. And I have a lot of people here because today we were just olive picking and we just stopped to have lunch. So we have all of the crew here. So yes, and I have one baby sleeping here. So if he wakes up also, don't mind. But yeah, it's like you said, since 2016 that we choose to have the life here in this land, in this community. And then we start having kids. Now we have 2, and we are very happy taking care of also the a plot of land that we bought for ourselves. It's where we are now, olive picking. But mostly we live inside in Ananda Valley. We live in a yurt, the 4 of us, and yes, with a whole big community around us.
Great. We're looking for your beautiful pictures you made.
Yeah.
You're working on that, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. I need to be co-host to be able to share.
Okay. Somebody can arrange that, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay, now I am co-host. So I can start showing you okay. So I can start showing you the family. And here you can see how we are growing. This is the, so since 2016, we came here, only the two of us. And then 2018, Eva arrived. She's almost 3 years. She will be 3 years in the next month. And now we have Gaspar with 7 months. And together here with other friends of the community, so the kids are growing together, they play with other kids. And now we have another family here also with a child the same age as Eva, so they play a lot. We have Nico, Iste, and Tanko here with us. So more and more families are coming, and it's totally different to be in the community with the families also. So this is what I wanted to show about the family. Okay. Then I can talk more about the place. So this is a beautiful place in the mountains. We are 30 minutes from the highest mountain in Portugal. And we can see snow in the mountains. We have a river crossing the land. We have you can see in the corner, the dry toilet. That's our dry toilet there. And the kids playing in the trees, in the forest. So this is really a super beautiful environment to grow with the kids and family, and also to do meditation, as you can see also in that picture. It's Shiva Mukta meditating in the river.
Beautiful and beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you.
And could you tell us something about the you know, how it is to live there with small kids? I think there are some challenges. I think there are a lot of strong points on your project.
Yes. So it's like we are the first family kind of living here with kids. So it's all a big experience. And even now, because Eva is turning 3, so it's in this phase of no and challenging, and it's great to see that she has a wider family, not just the parents. She has everyone with her, and the support of everyone trying to make her understand the things. She's very curious, she's very explorer, and but I do feel that everyone is also part of her family and have important task in the raising her also. So we do a lot of activities here. We just started with the kids activities because we want to develop the neo-humanistic school here. And so 2 weekends ago, we received 10 children that came with the parents, and we did yoga for children. We take a tour in the land. We did storytelling, and we did some planting. We plant some flowers with them. And it was amazing. Some kids, it was the first time they saw a greenhouse. One kid, he was saying, "Oh, I saw this in the books. Now I can see a real one." So it was super good for them to come and to put their hands in the land, in the soil, and to be more connected. So that was super good. Here we are all vegetarian, and most of the meals, they are all vegan. So we we eat from the land, with the things we produce, and we also take from the neighbors around that they also have production. So it's not everything from us, but we also do this exchange with the neighbors. So we have a lot, and even gladly, like in Portugal, the factory of tofu is here. So we also have very fresh tofu, organic tofu available for us. So yeah, so this is like the main activities we have here. And in the pictures you can see the kids planting trees, the kids doing yoga, and in the other picture we were starting the agroforest here, and this is it. And
and Amelia, just to have the water in the mouth of all the listeners, tell about a little bit about the berries.
The berries.
That's what I remember.
Okay,
it's almost a problem.
You came here in the berry season. So yeah, we have berries. We have blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries. They are all organic certificate, and we provide to local markets here, and they are like the best you ever taste. They are super sweet, super good. But now the season is olives.
Yeah, okay, that's the next one. In the media, another question just to round up, and then we go into Dada in Africa. What advice would you give to people who are now thinking about going to live on the land in this time? Could you give a main advice to them?
Sure. I think we were just talking about that. I think it needs a very big courage, and you need to be fearless, because if you have still some fear about doing a change, then it's most likely that you will find a lot of challenges. So I think fear is a big enemy of this change, and it's not easy. It's not changing for an easier life. It's not at all. It's much easier when you are in an apartment in the city, but it's much more fulfilling, and it makes sense. It brings another kind of sense to the life. And also to do it as a community, it's much, much better than to do it alone. So I advise everyone to take the risk. And you can live very simple, like you are seeing here. This is our house. We live in a yurt. Then we build a toilet next to the yurt, and this is where we are with 2 kids. So, and we don't need much more. This is how it goes. As simple as this. Of course, we are surrounded in a very beautiful project, which is Ananda Valley, that we do activities here. We have festival in the summer. We have youth exchanges. So, and it's just beautiful to be in nature and to be able to have all of this.
Yeah, thank you for those beautiful pictures, because that makes so much clear. And thank you for your painting the picture from Ananda Valley, where you live with quite some people. Can you stay also for to answer the questions in the question and answer part after Dada? Yeah, then we now going to Africa.
Okay.
It's quite a tour on this on this Saturday. Thank you for bringing in, and we now like to go to Dada Padmeshananda in Africa, in Burkina Faso. And this Dada had studied quite something, and even though he was searching for more, and then he became a monk, and he started to work in Africa, and he has created a beautiful it's an eco-spiritual community which is thriving again. And Dada, please, could you tell us what happened since you came there, and how can we also benefit from your knowledge? So please, Dada, share with us.
Hello everyone, can you hear me fine?
Yeah, perfectly well. Thank you, Dada, for being here.
Great. I'm very happy to be invited in this platform. I'm talking from Burkina Faso.
A bit louder, if you could.
Excuse me?
Maybe speak a little bit louder because it's hard to
Okay.
hear. Thank you.
All right, all right. And so today is a bit extraordinary circumstances because we have like a big demonstration in the city against the French army intervening in Sahel. So, you know, they cut internet actually in many places. And I'm using some very weak Wi-Fi, and I hope the sound and the image will go through. So, so yes, I am Dada Padmeshananda. I was born in France about 45 years ago. And being a young teenager, I had a dream also to go with all my friends in some place in the nature, far from all the troubles of the city, and find some oasis in the nature. I was picturing some kind of place where we would farm and some art would be going on, some kind of nice community. And but then I was not really fulfilled, and I had a lot of questions, existential questions in mind. And I had promised myself that before I establish anything in life, being married or finding a job, I have to go travel and find, you know, the reason why I'm alive and the way to get to some kind of fulfillment and satisfaction in life. So during my travels, I traveled in India and I had some different encounters. And I ended up being in Czech Republic, where I met Ananda Marga community. And I was working at that time in a master unit. So that was my first encounter with what is a master unit. And there was a Didi working. So I am a Dada, I'm a yogic monk. And she was a Didi, so she was a yogic monk. And she introduced me to some spiritual practices, such as meditation and asanas and everything. And I found, you know, what I was looking for within, something that was missing in my life very much before. So slowly, I became more and more involved in that community until I decided to announce being a family person, and I committed to become a missionary. So I became a missionary in 2008, and I am actually posted in Africa, in Burkina Faso. So when I reached Burkina Faso, there was different projects that had been started the previous Dada before me, but I was very enthusiastic to work in a master unit because that was already my dream, you know, when I was a teenager, though I didn't have the name and all the different criteria and different aspects of it yet. But my spiritual master, who is also a great philosopher, had propounded many different philosophies. Actually, he talked about so many different things. But one thing in particular, you know, really attracted my attention, and that was the master unit. And the master unit is supposedly something like the nucleus or nuclei, because there will be many master units of a new society. And a new society, an ideal society, where a person will find everything that's needed for complete fulfillment on the material sphere, on the mental sphere, and on the spiritual sphere. So it is a very, very beautiful idea, very benevolent idea, and very difficult to put into practice because it's a place which will enable the local community and those who live in this place to have access to all the basic necessities of life. If we have a family, we need to do so many things in the society. We need to take care of our health, our education, we need to have proper access to food and etc. Plus, we need to take care of our mind. And finally, man being a man, he requires some food for his soul also. which I think was the part that was really missing, when I was a teenager. So the master unit is supposed to have so many branches so that it can provide all these necessities to the local community, utilizing as much as possible the local human and natural resources. So this is a great challenge, but a very beautiful one also. So as I told, I am here in Burkina Faso in Africa, and the context is very, very different from Europe. I was just traveling in Europe now. I came back 2 days ago. So it's like it's a different world altogether. And the main thing that makes it a different world is that here, Burkina Faso is a very poor country. People do not have access to the basic necessities of life yet, at least in the countryside. So the mindset is completely toward acquiring those basic necessities. So everything in life here, everything, the psychology of the people, the striving of the people is to acquire, a house, a means of transportation, secure the food and secure everything which is needed for the physical survival of a person. So that makes the mindset very, very different. So our master unit is located about 50 kilometers south of Ouagadougou, the capital. It's in the rural area. It's the places where most of the adults are illiterate. There is no electricity, no water, dirt roads, and the houses are mostly made of dry mud bricks.
Anytime you want the pictures, Dada, they're beautiful. Shall we share?
You can maybe just let them go.
Yes.
As
yes.
I talk. Yes.
Wonderful. Okay.
I think it would be wonderful to have those pictures. It will give a better idea of what I'm talking about. And so the first thing that we wanted to do is to secure food access. So there are so many things to say, so I'm trying to do short. Let's see. The place that we are working on there has been given, there is about 3 hectares of land has been given by the local community to the former Dada, who promised that he wants to do something for them, for that, this village and the villages surrounding Bikeli village. So we have about 3 hectares of land. Now it's about 5. We increased. And the first work has been food, access to food, because it's a very dry place. It rains only 3 to 4 months a year. And during these rainy seasons, people they work the fields in order to store what they will eat the whole year long. So it's a very intense period, and when that period is finished, basically there is nothing to do. Well, there is no source of income, and there is only whatever they could harvest, which will secure their life for the whole year long. So it's very very fragile circumstances. So the first work has been trying, according to the principles of agroecology, permaculture, to draw mounds on the field so that when it rains not often, but then it's very violent. The rain, the water, surface water doesn't draw all the organic materials away, and the water also can infiltrate the soil. So we have been doing those mounds, and then we had the idea to plant some trees on it so that it would maintain the mounds, and also it would provide income in the long, short, and middle term. And doing so, we discovered a very interesting tree which is called moringa. And moringa is a tree which leaves are fantastically nutritious. It's very similar to spirulina. So you have all the minerals, the vitamins, the antioxidants, proteins that a person needs. And so we have organized the community. On one side, the farmers, those who have field and can produce those leaves. And another side that we see now, the group or association of women who come to process those leaves. So slowly, this project has increased, and we have now 22 women, about 20 women working, processing those leaves, and also about 20 farmers producing those leaves. And we process them in the master unit, and then we sell it. We sell the products that we make in the local market, in the cities and in the rural areas, also for fighting against malnutrition and also just, you know, as a food supplement. We make also teas, and it's quite good income. We get about say $2,000 to $3,000 every month. Benefit is hardly anything, but you know, it can maintain all those people and give some income to those people who otherwise have no income. So this has been really the economic booster of the place, this Moringa project. And then we talked about food, but we have so many other things for the basic necessities, and they are water. So here we see pictures of the water access. So many villages and even our center didn't have access to water. It means the women and the children, they go by bicycle or by foot, and they carry like big jerry cans and go to the nearest pump, manual pump, as you see here, and fill their containers and go back home with those containers, those jars, those jerry cans. So we have been drilling quite a few such boreholes, a bit more than 10, to give access to water to villages around. And not every time not every time, but we would like that every time we do such boreholes and we give access to water, we also organize women, mostly women, because they are incredible in Africa. They are very responsible, and it's easier to work with them. We train them in growing vegetables. And so around those boreholes, make a fence, and they grow vegetables and they get income, which is very important also because otherwise they have no income at all. So every time they need something, they have to ask the husband, and the relationship is not healthy. And I would like to say here that eventually the aim of a master unit is to be self-sufficient. So to be self-sufficient means every person has to be self-sufficient. Ultimately, you know, every person will become self-sufficient, and also whatever project we are running there, it should become self-sufficient. Self-sufficient in terms of economic outlook, but also in terms of happiness. So through cooperative systems, through collective leadership, through cultivation of inner values also, we try to not only to reach a socio-economic self-sufficiency, but also, how to say that, self-sufficiency in terms of happiness, of inner well-being. But well, first thing first, so the first thing were the basic necessities of life, and so we talked about the water, we talked about food. Regarding the water, here, what we see here is there is a dam in the city, and there is no river. So this is actually the water collected during the short rainy season. But slowly the salt has invaded the dam. So the volume of water is much less now. So we are working on a big project to remove the silt and also higher up the dam so we can collect more water. And this will enable the local community to do cultivation, different type of cultivation, even when the water, when the rain is over, they will irrigate the field with the water from the dam. So we are working on that too. And then there are two big branches of our work. One is health. There was no access to any clinic, to any hospital. And so we built a primary healthcare center.
Dada, can I interrupt you a little? Could you please have your microphone some closer? I hear your sound less and less.
I don't know if the micro is on the left or the right.
Thank you. I don't want to miss any word of what you're telling. It's beautiful.
So we have been working on the access to health. In this primary health center is working now for over 10 years, and we are opening a maternity this year. So it's also wonderful. It's wonderful because they don't have to walk so many miles in order to get treatment. At the same time, it's a challenge because this is the work of the government actually that we are doing, and people have hardly any income. So in order to pay the nurses and to have the patients being able to pay the consultation, though it's like 20 cents of euro, and pay the medicament, pay the drugs, it's also a bit difficult, but somehow we are now being self-sufficient also regarding the primary health center. And we hope that we will manage the maternity that we are opening now, how to sustain it. So you see that things like education and health is very difficult to have it self-sufficient because local people have so little income, and you need to pay the nurses, and you need to pay, in case of education, the teachers, and it's actually quite costly, mostly if you want it to be of a high standard. Anyway, we have been working hard in order to make it self-sufficient. It's quite okay for the regarding the primary healthcare center. And I'm still working on education. I think we'll see the pictures soon, where we have now 350 kids going to our school because there was no access to school either. That's why all the parents are illiterate. But now, the kids go to school and they learn a batch of things. They learn to write and read, and they learn many more things than that because we have it goes up to grade 12 now. And that's really wonderful to have all this population coming to the school, and to have us being able to bring some of our ideals into the curriculum of the school is very, very, very touching and beautiful. Because as I said, first is the basic necessities of life, but of course we would not like that we will produce a system like we have in Europe, where after acquiring the basic necessities of life, the mind still wants to go and grab everything in the world around and goes into accumulations of wealth and over-accumulation and so many psychic diseases that we know now in the West. So the idea is that they get the feeling that after acquiring what is necessary for life, happiness must be found within, through cultivating the human cardinal values and through connecting oneself with the source of eternal happiness, which is God, which is the Supreme. So it's a Muslim community. So, they understand very well, because I live with them for so many years that I've shared everything with them, that I'm not here to bring a new belief system or a new religion, though I am dressed in orange, but I am really here to share a way of life that I feel pertinent, that I feel the best so far for the fulfillment of everyone on the economic sphere, but also on fulfillment of your inner being. So this is coming now slowly. We are putting this into place slowly as the cry or the thirst for the basic necessities is getting a little less. Though there is still a lot of work to do in order to be stable regarding those basic necessities. So yes, so this is the main branches of the project. And what I like very much about this master unit is like we are so much intertwined with the local community. I am not deciding anything on my own. It's like a board of people, of local people who are taking all the decision for me, actually, because it's a very different place, it's a different culture, and I really prefer having them, decide what's best for them. Of course, I have my opinion, I have my voice, but at the same level like theirs. And we all have different roles. My role is more not to find farms and to be able to give trainings because I have more education than them, and to share whatever brought me through leading this life and brought me to being a very happy man. But everyone has his own role in the decision making of whatever is happening there. I'm also very much, in charge of the accounting and dealing with money, because there's a lot of poverty, so money is a sensitive issue. So this is more of my role. But really, whatever we have been doing, people that we are employing and dealing with all the different problems that we come through is done by the community, and I am part of it, but I'm only part of it. So what I like is, I was listening to Joel about the Amish community, and it was very interesting testimony. But I was thinking that for me, it's a bit different because we all have different beliefs. I'm a yogi, they are Muslims, there are a few Christians, and there are also different ethnies. There you have the Fulanis, you have the Mosis, different chiefs, different traditions. So to put all this together and to create a trust is a very sensitive, and it takes a long time, a lot of patience. It's like we are all, going through some education. We are being educated to how to live together when we have, different perspectives of life, and that's very rich. And that's something that I really love, because in the end, we can come together only on one thing, on what is true, on what is really wise and really true, and not dogmatic, and not. So it's a learning for all of us, and yeah, I really love it. It's my joy to be working there, and it's my joy to see that so many people are now. I don't know, I think every day we have over 300 people coming in and out of the center, even more between for health reasons, for education reasons, the parents, the children, but also for any type of problem. It's like we have become the board of directors, like we are 2-3 people, main people there. We have become like the traditional chiefs sitting under the tree, and people come with their problems, and we try to find solution, and we try to help everyone. So the spirit of benevolence and the spirit of trying to help others is really at the base of what we do, and that's what connects us, and that's what created a wave of trust between all of us, and that's wonderful. It makes me very optimistic to find that even in a place where we are so far from many standards of the Western world in terms of knowledge, being conscious of the environment, and so many things, but we are succeeding in living together, and we are succeeding in cultivating some joy, just to be happy to be alive, and to be happy to be part of something that could not be built if it was not together. So I am more than ever passionate about master units, and that's I think that's something that can be really the base for a new society. But it requires, yes, a lot of work. It requires a lot of commitment and a lot of patience also, because you have to understand according to the place where you are, what are the needs of the people, and ideally, I think it's something that should gather all the different beliefs, different races, and so you need to find a way to have it become harmonious with a common understanding, and finally, base your work on wisdom, not on any other belief. Yes, I don't know how long I have been talking.
Oh, you're perfect in time. I'm going to a kind of last question for you. People are
I'm
listening.
rushing, but maybe I should not. I don't know.
Oh, but it's lovely. I'm with my jaw dropped a little bit, like, wow, so much is achieved, and that's with all of you taking this chance. You're not only from surviving to thriving, but you're also sharing this abundance, and that's what I hear in all the projects. So it's so rich. Dada, if people are listening now from maybe taking this step also, what advice would you give people if they take the step coming from the current situation? What would you like to say to people now on the edge of going to the land?
Yeah, I think it's something that everyone should think of to create master unit, because the crisis is becoming more and more intense. And just now we have COVID-19 striking. They put the capital in quarantine, and actually in the master unit there, though we are in Africa, because of solar panels and because of our boreholes, we had access to everything. So it could have been a much more severe crisis, and we were self-sufficient, not only for ourselves, but for the whole community. So I think it's very important to strive towards self-sufficiency. Yeah, there is no doubt about it. And there is no doubt also that we need decentralization. Even here in Africa, people are still thinking that, the paradise is in the city because you have more access to wealth. But those who come to the city, like in the Western world, they realize that it's not the way of life in the city is very unsatisfying, and there are so many other type of troubles, and it's damaging, the nature, and it's damaging the society in the end. So it's very important to think of decentralizing our economy and giving it back to the hands of the local people. And I think there is no way out for a sustainable future. I don't know if it has to have the name of master unit, or if the philosophy behind it has to have the name of yoga. But definitely, it is something that we have to endeavor for the global fulfillment of every human being on this earth. We cannot remain that dependent on the economic leaders. It's very unhealthy, and there has to be also some spiritual approach, because we cannot also be dependent on other for our own happiness, or being dependent on the objects of the outside world for our happiness. So there has to be some introvert research to find a source of happiness within for the self-sufficiency in terms of happiness. And I think it's very important to understand the community where you are also, not to take the first step as a leader and you have already answers. For me, it was very good because I came here, I had no money and I had no understanding of Africa. So for almost 2-3 years, I was just witnessing and observing what was going on around me, and it made me humble, and it made me forget about my own dogmas, or some of them at least, so that there is a healthy starting point also for the project. But living in community is maybe the most difficult thing.
Yeah, it's not only romantic.
Because you are faced to everyone's imperfection, including your own. But this is really very beautiful to, even if you don't reach perfection, we are not going to reach perfection in those bodies, but to progress together as a universal family is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And I think when you manage to integrate other, like I said, other races, other beliefs, and other in that very community, it's humanity at its best. So when you have humanity at its best, you are just very close to divinity now. And I encourage everyone to go for it, to strive to create communities. And yes, that's the future. I'm quite sure. You know, the idea is that those self-sufficient communities slowly will be everywhere in the world, and will thrive and will grow. And then they will be like, you know, drops of water. When they meet, they become one in the end. And it will be like one universal family working on basis of what we found out while living together, means, you know, cardinal human values and you know, principles of wisdom. And it will be beautiful. And there is no other way out. I think that whether we want it or not, this is the force that guiding the universe, is guiding us towards that direction. And when we go against that direction, you know, there are some difficulties, some hard difficulties, that we remember that, you know, we do have to live together. And yeah, and these different aspects of what I told, I think, should be present in this project for the future, this global project.
Yeah, thank you so much for this, like bringing it together in the communication, for, you know, the technocratic machine almost is breathing in our neck. And in all the communities, I feel the opposite is that there is a lot of joy available and interconnectedness, and people are in service, and there's a oneness. And as you say, that's where we are moving to as humanity. And I want to thank you all three for being that hero and knowing that far ahead of us and doing what you did, because it took something. It's not dropping from the air. You really had to do it. And thank you for being that example. Now I'd like to go to questions and answers. And
I'd just like to add one final thing. I think which is very important is, you know, it was just in Europe now, and there are so many problems in this world, and very good people are focusing on very big problems. But when you focus on problems, your mind becomes also, you know, negative and depressed. And so if you have the opportunity to focus on your dream, on your vision of the ideal community, then this energy will become positive, and you will accomplish, you know, the impossible, and you will think of your vision, and you will think of something very beautiful, which will make your mind so bright and so balanced. Yes. So even now there is a demonstration today in Burkina Faso, and people ask me whether I think it's a good thing or not. Well, I think maybe it's needed, but it's better to focus on what you want to do than, you know, on something which you dislike, because then the mind becomes very dark.
Yeah.
So I invite everyone to focus on what they want to achieve rather than on what they don't like.
Yeah, thank you. That's beautiful. That's beautiful to add. That's for all of us. Thank you so much. And there was there were a few questions in the chat, like an urgent one to Damini also. Damini, somebody asked, how do you manage with this baby in the cold? How do you do it?
In the cold?
It's super warm inside our yurt. We have a stove oven, like we have a fireplace inside, and it's super warm. We are always always in t-shirt inside. So the cold, it's not a problem to have a baby here and to live like this.
Great, thank you. And I think your baby will have a good condition, being very often outside, and then, you know, strong children. Thank you so much.
Even Eva now, almost with 3 years, she's always barefoot. She loves to be barefoot. Even in the winter, she doesn't like to wear shoes. So it's her choice, and she's like that.
Like that. Wow, thank you. Beautiful. There was also a question for Joel, and people asked, how do you do it with government and the taxes? How do you solve that?
We are exempt from some of the taxes. Social Security, which we believe is literally communism, you know, you pay in and you get out. So we are exempt from that. We still pay federal taxes, state taxes. So that's one thing that with our beliefs and everything, they allow us to, because we live simply and within our own community, they did exempt us from doing Social Security. We don't have insurance, but the insurance that we do have in our community, I know if something happens to me, the community will take care of my wife and my children. And that's very important to us because we don't need life insurance because we know we care about each other, we trust each other. So that's the best insurance you can have.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of trust in your community. That's beautiful, really beautiful. Thank you. I'd like to ask Dada. Dada, what do you feel as for your community is the next step? Is the next? Yeah, what are you working on now on this moment?
Well, we are. I am more and more focused on income generating activities, so that you know, they have actually a source of income. So apart from the Moringa project, we are thinking of what kind of industry, or I mean small, I don't remember the term in English, but the small enterprises or things we can do in order to create income in the place where we are. So that's my that's the main concern regarding the socioeconomic outlook, and then more and more also infusing, you know, broadness of mind and broad ideas to enhance the awakening consciousness. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for knowing. Yeah, then I see a question for Damini again. Damini, the question is, how about medical services, living remotely and into a yurt? Do you have to keep medical supplies with you? How do you arrange that?
So we are not far away from the village. We are like 5 minutes from the near village, but we are okay. I just take my kids to the health center here. So, and the doctor just see them when it's needed, and that's it, and everything is okay. So we don't feel no need to go to big hospitals or whatever. Everything, we have good health here also.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for answering. And there's a question for Joel. Thank you for the questions. That really helps to fill in the details what you like to know. And Joel, the question is, what relationship do you have with surrounding regular communities? Do you have much interaction together with the non-Amish world, or how do you deal with that?
Yes, we do. You know, we have our own dress code. We have our own language. We talk a dialect of German, but we do. It strengthens our culture to talk with other people, and I enjoy talking with the people from Africa and the two other speakers here. It's very interesting to listen how they live. So I had a Mormon friend, and he's one of my best friends. He died now, and we were actually at his funeral, and all of us children, all of us boys, when we got married, we went to his place for they had a beach house, and that was our honeymoon. And you know, we didn't agree on nearly everything, but we respected each other, and we had a lot of fun. And at his funeral, I was a pallbearer, and one of his grandsons is actually his dad would be African American, and he used to come up and visit us. And this is one of the things he said. One of his favorite memories was coming up, playing with the Amish boys barefooted. That was one of his favorite things. After the funeral, my dad was teaching him how to drive horses with an old mower. So the Amish guy was teaching African American guy how to drive horses. The other thing, the Mormon bishop, my dad is a bishop, and the Mormon bishop, they were talking after the funeral. This is what the Mormon bishop said. I wish that I could redo how we lived. I wish I could take my family up on the top of the mountain, away from all technology, and learn to live and connect with each other. That's what he said. That was interesting that he made that comment to the Archbishop.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. For you're also using technique, otherwise you wouldn't be joining us. So
That's right.
practically, you do, but the main thing is to connect it.
So people allow us to use their equipment. This is none of my equipment. We have friends that do it for us. So yes, we enjoy talking with people. I mean, we had that big Horse Progress Days. There was 40,000 people here. People from all over the U.S., Canada. With the COVID, there wasn't as many international people like normal, but they come. They like to talk with us. So we're very open with people.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And what I heard is during the COVID period that a lot of Amish women, and there's thousands of them, were sewing masks where they were needed. And so you use your talents also to the public.
Yes. So we don't believe in going to war. We believe in peace, but there's a lot of things that we can do for the government. We have programs where we go disaster relief with Christian Aid Ministries. You know, if something happens, rapid response, we go and clean up for people, or search and rescue things, or our youth group has things that projects, they go for 2 months. So there's things we can do instead of going to war.
Yeah, it's very strong. So the communities I hear from, they're not only, for themselves, taking care for themselves, but even have the possibility to do all kind of relief work. And that's really beautiful. We have one last question for Dada, and then we are almost at the end of this part. Dada, there are different cultures and different religions in your community, and that could give problems. But how do you solve them? How do you go along with these challenges? That takes something, I suppose.
Well, I think I could not do it, but the Africans have a very high capacity to solve problems together. And actually, when this type of problems happen, I'm a bit at the back and I watch how they meet with the elders. There is a lot of respect for the elders and the traditional chiefs. And they are very, very good in addressing these type of problems. And when the decision is taken about this or that problem, how it should be managed by those who are involved, it's followed. I mean, there is a decision and there is obedience regarding the decision, and everyone has to follow through, what has been decided. And they are very good at that.
That's beautiful. So,
yeah, I'm learning a lot about non-violent communication with them, interestingly.
Beautiful.
And at the same time, they have, this quality of obedience and respect, which are not really seen as qualities in the Western world anymore. But where I work, it's very important, and it's the structure of the society. And thanks to the structure, the society is surviving and thriving.
Thank you for this beautiful answer and this end of this 17 minutes talking about living on the land and from surviving to thriving. Thank you all for painting this picture from your practice and what you came to know. It's very encouraging and also attractive to live in communities. I really got that from each of you. So I want to thank you a lot for your input and for your love and your consistency, your hard work, I know for sure. And thank you so much for contributing to us, to our program.
Can I ask Dada a question?
Please, Joel.
I was looking at your pictures and that water pump. Where did that come from? The water pump?
India. Most of the drilling society and water ponds are come from India.
I
The
see.
Indian
We
companies
have,
are in charge of it.
if you can see this, can you see that picture?
Yes.
I was just looking at that pump. That's a pump that is provided by Christian Aid Ministries, which is just local here. And that pump is in Liberia. So they try to pump clean water is what they try to do. I was just curious where that pump came from. It looks about the same thing.
Yeah,
Small world, isn't it?
Maybe Indians are cheaper, I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you so much for bringing all these practicalities in. And I think we go back to Radha because it's almost a break. We've all been sitting for long.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The invitation.
Hope to see you again soon.
And thanks to
Thank you.
Joel and Dada and the mini fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. Really, I very heartfelt and heart lifting. Beautiful. So now we will have 20 minutes of a break. So you can do whatever you need to do and come back at 4:30. And in the meantime, I'm going to play again the song, the poetry that Amar composed, and then Hiram and Mai from Brazil actually accompany with guitar. It's very beautiful. So enjoy.
A man wanted to sell his land once, so I'll make him in the city he ran into a poet friend. He said to him, my friend, I want to sell my land which you visit so much and know so well. I'm a simple man that never had the privilege of learning how to read and write, and not so wise. Could you please write a few words down so I can advertise? The poet obliged with certain hesitation, but nevertheless grabbed a piece of paper and wrote down, for sale, an enchanted property where, in the lovely forest that it surrounds, the song of birds and sound of its natural flowing springs abound. A lush green valley and the mountains with flowers of every color imaginable all around. And the home that in it exists is as alive as the earth from which it was made. It is alive. For the sunshine and it adorn and provides tranquil shade as every beautiful day turns to dusk on its large veranda until twilight. The more stars than you can imagine shine so bright to believe a visit to this property is a must. Ah, for it is so alive. Oh, well, a few days went by and the man bumped into the poet. The poet said, well, did you sell your land? The man said, I asked the newspaper to read me the ad, and after listening to your description, I changed my mind. Only then I realized that the land was alive and should always be mine. But then I thought, why only for me? That is too centralized, don't you see? God to me is so divine, so much land for just one man, that cannot be. So please continue, my friend. Feel free to come by. I only wanted to sell, for before your lovely words I thought I was alone, but not anymore. I was lonely, but your words set me free. Please, my friend, come by and visit me. Teach me how to read. I can share my skills, the creativity of all I know, and solidarity. And if there are others that want to live with me, invite them to together imagine. We can all learn from each other in community. It is alive, yet even more if we decentralize. Come with me if you want to see this place of wonder where all can be. Learning together in harmony, tilting its soils, planting its seeds. For once the future that shines bright comes through our labor and sacrifice, but also blessed from his strongest might. Let us chant, for this land is alive. This land is alive. From the shadow of the trees so lovely surrounding us, the multitude of birds and all the springs reverberates from morning to dusk. Is under something so unique. May the stars shine, remember you. That classic love story is a lily and the moon. Let us care for the earth we walk upon, chanting his grace in unison. Baba Namu Kevalam, Baba Namu Kevalam. 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 Baba Namu Kevalam.
Ilumina minha mãe esse medo, por favor. Me mostra a liberdade de viver no seu amor. Me leve às profundezas das minhas emoções, para eu ver com clareza inconscientes negações que me deixam dormindo em distorcido prazer, seguindo distraído, tão distante de você. Como voz eu quero ser, como a lua clareia, refletindo a luz do sol para a noite iluminar. Uma oceano nas suas águas brincar, só beleza apreciando para a vida liberdade de ilumina minha mãe, esse medo, por favor, me mostra a liberdade de viver no seu amor, me leve às profundezas das minhas emoções, para eu ver com clareza inconscientes negações que me deixam dormindo em distorcido prazer, seguindo distraído, tão distante de você. Como voz eu quero ser, como a lua clareia, refletindo a luz do sol para a noite iluminar. Uma oceano nas suas águas brincar, sua beleza apreciando para a vida celebrar. Ilumina minha mãe, esse medo, por favor, me mostra a liberdade de viver no seu amor, me leve às profundezas das minhas emoções, para eu ver com clareza inconscientes negações que me deixam dormindo em distorcido prazer, seguindo distraído, tão distante de você. Como voz eu quero ser, como a lua clareia, refletindo a luz do sol para a noite iluminar. Uma oceano nas suas águas brincar, só beleza apreciando para a vida celebrar. Oh, Mãe de Deus, proteja os filhos seus. Oh, Mãe de Deus, perdoe os filhos seus. Oh, Mãe de Deus, proteja os filhos seus. Oh, Mãe de Deus, perdoe os filhos seus. Deixa a luz brilhar, a flor florescer, a vida revelar, a verdade do meu ser. Deixa o sol nascer dentro do meu coração, o amor manifestar a mais pura gratidão. Deixa a luz brilhar, a flor florescer, a vida revelar, a verdade do deixar o sol nascer dentro do meu coração, o amor manifestar a mais pura gratidão. Oh, mãe natureza, mostrai-nos vossa beleza. Oh, mãe natureza, lembrai-nos da nossa essência. Oh, mãe natureza, mostrai-nos vossa beleza. Oh, mãe natureza, lembrai-nos da nossa essência. Interceda junto ao Pai, levando a minha oração. O pedido é a bênção que me traz aceitação. A vós quero servir, junto a ti quero seguir, aprendendo a dizer sim para tudo que há de vir. Interceda junto ao Pai, levando a minha oração. O pedido é a bênção que me traz aceitação. A vós quero servir, junto a ti quero seguir, aprendendo a dizer sim para tudo que há de vir. Oh, Mãe de Deus, oh, Mãe de Deus, oh, minha mãe, oh, minha mãe.
Okay, I hope you can all hear me. So the next session sessions. Actually, we have 3 of them. There will be a session on permaculture of grid living made possible with Rakesh Rootsman. And also there will be a panel session, another panel, all on education, holistic approaches to education. And then there will be a last session again with Rakesh on building intentional communities, tools for creating social cohesion. And all these parts will be facilitated, introduced, and clarified by Madhavi, which is one of the organizers in the Conscious Earth Alliance. So please, Madhavi, it's your turn.
Okay, just a moment. Right. Good evening, everyone. Hope you had a lovely day. We had some wonderful sessions. And I'd like to, can you hear me? No?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly well.
Okay, so just a moment. Just a moment.
Okay, now it's fine.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'd like to introduce to you Rakesh. Rakesh is a man of the permaculture. I've learned a lot from him. He initiated a beautiful project where I was living in Holland, in Hoorn, and we started, due to his inspiration and his guidance, we started a wonderful community garden project together with the facilitator that we've just had, Yolanda Deka. So, and he will tell you everything you need to know about permaculture and whatever is associated with permaculture. Rakesh is a man of many, many qualities. I can't name them all. He also does courses in intentional communities, dragon dreaming, and the list is very long, but he's a very, very practical man. So for anything which sounds theoretical, he can somehow implement it and give it to you in a way which is very organic and very down to earth. So here comes our down to earth, Mr. Rakesh Rootsman Rak. Go ahead, Rakesh.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. I should say that I've had a fever for the last 5 days. Basically, I was working 14-hour days for almost 2 weeks non-stop. And eventually, as you would expect, my body said, hey, time to calm down. So quite literally, I'm just getting out of bed now, feeling a lot better, but I might still have a bit of a cough and I may not be as sharp and as energetic as I would normally be. But so the idea of this talk is really to introduce permaculture and the practicalities of permaculture and what it has to offer. Well, I don't have anything planned, so we can go in whatever direction, and hopefully, if it's okay, maybe at certain points I'd like to get some participation going from some of the audience to start seeing what's interesting from your perspective for me to cover. And I guess first, the most obvious place to start is, well, what is permaculture? Because everyone has, maybe by now, many people will have heard of permaculture, but everyone's got a slightly different understanding of what it is and what it isn't. And I guess that's fair, given that everyone who engages with permaculture engages with it in a different way. So as many people as there are doing permaculture, different people will interpret it in different ways, hence many people seeing it from different perspectives. I guess what is unmovable in the permaculture world is that it's based on ethics, and hopefully we'll get a chance to cover those. I think most people, first of all, hear it or see it from a a food growing perspective. So many people think it's some kind of hippie weird way of growing food or something like that, you know, and that's understandable because its history is in food growing. So it started as a reaction. So back in the late 60s, the limits to growth was you know, there was a group called the Club of Rome who started to look at many of the world's issues, looking at population growth in relationship to economic growth, in relationship to world resources, and etc., to start to see, well, how do they all interrelate? How do they all affect each other? And in 1972, they released a paper called Limits to Growth, which explained which very clearly showed how certain resources were really crucial in how the world went from, you know, a very, very steady growth in terms of population growth to all of a sudden just exponentially going crazy. And that was due to one resource, which is a finite resource. And that finite resource was used very, very creatively, very, very, well, in some cases not so creatively, but in many cases very creatively, to help us to achieve things much faster, much more vigorously than we were able to do before. But as a finite resource, that resource at some point will come to an end. And this is what the report was highlighting. And that resource, of course, is petroleum, oil. And as we know, if we start looking at all of the different areas in which oil, or we utilize oil, and all of the different systems, whether it's food systems, whether it's housing, whether it's transportation, whether it's, you know, in all of our gadgets and things, how much petroleum oil is involved in all of those elements, we can see that once the price of oil starts to go up, once it gets more and more scarce, and therefore the price of oil starts to go up, many of these things are going to either become very, very expensive or scarce, or, you know, and so there's going to be some serious problems. So in 1972, when this paper was released, many people's, and obviously there was a lot of people already looking at green issues before then, but this really stimulated a lot of movements to say, hey, we really need to do something about it. And in particular, where permaculture comes in, a couple of people were, one of whom was a lecturer in agriculture in Australia, looked at this and said, wow, I'm teaching the world how to destroy itself. By teaching agriculture the way that I'm teaching it, I can't do this. I need to rethink this. This is not what I want to be doing in the world. So he went away, and one of the people who he used to live with, they started really deeply thinking and doing some research to start up seeing how they could grow food in a way that is much more environmentally friendly, that doesn't require fossil fuels. And it took a good 10 years before they come up with the most with a really strong set of solutions, which they then started spreading across the world. And this solution was permaculture. So what they looked at is they looked at how nature on her own finds balance. If we think about it, for millions of years, all of the animals, all the plants, everything on this planet has somehow managed to live in sync with each other, has managed to find some way that it can survive, that there's enough food on this planet to serve all of the different animals and insects, etc., etc. And so there was never a scarcity of food, and so there was always this balance. So where did this food come from? How did it find this balance? And so this is what they started to study. And by studying in particular how forests and jungles worked and where the abundance is in each of these spaces, they started to break it down into principles. Utilizing these principles, they then started to build up a pattern for how we can actually, in modern days, grow food utilizing these principles, i.e., so that nothing becomes greedy. Nothing, no system, no element in the system takes more nutrients, takes more resources than the system can actually offer them, and so on and so forth. So how do you find balance? So this was one of the, very simple principles. But they realized this isn't enough. There's another really important element that's missing from this. It's all good and well trying to work out how to keep systems working well. But what they realized is that without human beings' ethical approach, it's all good and well understanding these systems, but if human beings have a very negative, very destructive, very greedy kind of approach, all this knowledge will lead to nothing. So they also studied peoples. They studied peoples who they deemed to be somehow living in harmony with each other, with their surroundings, etc., and those who were somehow fighting against each other and really living in a very destructo culture kind of way. And by studying those who lived in sync with each other, they started to come up with some ethics. And so as permaculture evolved, the most important part of permaculture is that everything that is done is balanced against these ethics. So it's a very ethical approach to initially food growing. And those ethics were, or nowadays, it's gone through one or two little iterations, but nowadays, in simple terms, it's now down to 3 ethics. The first one being earth care. So earth care is all about whatever it is we do, are we truly taking care of the earth? Are we truly enriching our surroundings? Are we cleaning our the air? Are we cleaning our waters? Are we making our soils richer, more abundant with life? Or are we depleting it? Are we destroying it? Are we polluting it? So in every decision we make, we ask ourselves this basic question: is it earth care? At the very least, we should not be destroying, depleting, etc. But at the best scenario, so even if we're in a situation where we realize we're not depleting, we're not destroying, our next question is, could we be doing something that goes beyond that? Could we tweak our system just a little bit so that we're actually enriching the system? The next ethic is people care. So in the same way, because we are human beings and we are designing from a human perspective, we look at people care in terms of whatever it is we do. So however, when I'm designing something to meet my needs, am I doing it in such a way that I enrich other people's lives? Am I enriching people's lives that I know? Enriching people's lives that I don't know? Enriching people's lives in completely the other side of the world? Or am I destroying, depleting, abusing, etc.? So again, in very much the same way, we look at, are we, at the very least, we don't want to be depleting, destroying, we don't want to be depriving anyone of their ability to live and thrive. But again, if that's what we're doing, we look just a little bit more. We try to redesign it. Is there something I can do to make my system even richer than that? Could I tweak it just a little bit to make sure that I'm actually enriching other people's lives? And when we're talking about, as say, maybe it's quite easy to understand that from the perspective of people that we do know, people in our immediate surroundings, people in our town, in our country, in our whatever geographic location, or our whatever other sentimental groups that we might feel we're attached to. But what about other groups? How can we enrich their lives? And it goes even beyond that for me personally, because I also think about future generations. What is it that I'm doing that could affect future generations of their ability to live and thrive? So it's earth care, people care. And the third ethic is fair share. And this has two components to it. One part of it is only to take out of the system whatever the system can genuinely offer. Meaning you only take what you really need. You don't take more than you actually need to thrive. And you leave whatever you can back in the system to allow the system to continuously enrich itself. And so the second part is this reinvestment of surplus. And by reinvestment, we mean it could be, that you literally put the energy, the nutrients, the whatever it is, back into the system so it becomes richer and richer and stronger. Or from a people care perspective, fair share would be to reinvest in other people, to enrich other people's lives, to, whatever surplus you have, you give it to people who need it, etc. So permaculture is based on these three basic principles, these three basic ethics. And while, as in any system, you'll find there are people who totally understand that, there's other people who just don't understand that and they just think it's a food-growing system. So you'll find many different flavors of permaculture out there, and that's fine, that's understandable. But this is the basics of permaculture: earth care, people care, fair share. So, as I say, initially, it was all about food growing. But as people started to evolve their understanding of how permaculture works, what they realized is these ethics and the principles and the design process of how to design to make sure all of these systems really support each other and really enrich each other. They realized you could use permaculture to design almost anything. You could use it to design all of our human needs. So why not use it to design, where we live, how we live, the housing that we live in? Why not use it to design our economic structures? Why not use it to design our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being? So permaculture can be pretty much used to design almost any aspect of our life. So, excuse me. So one of the premise for this particular talk was to look at some practical things. And I guess now might be a useful time to hear from others to find out, well, what human needs would you like me to talk about in terms of how permaculture can solve, which human needs would you like me to talk about in terms of how permaculture can find solutions to? So I don't know what's the best way to do this, if people want to put it into the chat or if people want to unmute themselves and just talk, or...
They can actually put it in the chat and then I will translate it for them.
Fantastic.
I think that's the best way. Put it in bold letters so I can see it. Thank you very much. Rakesh, my question is actually, for me at least, and for a lot of people here living in cold countries, how do you cope with the heating, how to heat your house, or what is the best way and the most practical and not so expensive? What would you advise people living in cold countries?
So there's two sides to that. So first of all, there's whether, are you in the very, very luxurious position of being able to build your own home, or are you taking on existing building stock and therefore having to retrofit? If you're building your own home, it's very easy indeed. You design it in such a way that you take us, in the winter months when the sun is quite low, you make sure that you have things like you on your south facing, or your sun facing aspect, you make sure you have what we call like a sun trap, where sun comes in through big window. Then you have another big window behind it. You have solid cob, some kind of big thermal mass, like a cob wall. You also have a cob floor. So whatever sun comes in, it basically heats that space. It heats the thermal mass, and then your house, your living space, is behind it. And so this is actually known as a volatile space as well. So as the sun comes and goes, this space heats and cools, but having this thermal mass, that absorbs the heat while it's there, and it absorbs it very, very, very slowly. It also releases it very, very slowly. And that heat can then be also moved to the inside of the house. So the inside of the house is not as volatile. And if it's insulated well, you can, with just passive, without any heating whatsoever, even in very, very, very cold climates, you can get to about 14 degrees centigrade without any heating. So as people know, 18 degrees is the kind of minimum kind of comfortable temperature for most people to be living in. So in order to top that up, basically all you need to do is find some kind of a system. So one important aspect of permaculture is it's all about each system is interconnected with other systems. So excuse me. So you're continuously looking at how one element affects and supports another element. So nothing is there in isolation. So one of the elements that you have or one of the functions you need in a house is you're invariably going to cook. And one of the outputs of cooking is typically heat. So how can you design your heating systems in such a way that the excess heat that isn't being used in the actual cooking process, whatever waste heat you've got, how can you trap that and store that in your building? And again, there's many ways to do that. Rocket stoves and things like that, rocket mass heaters, I'm sure people are familiar with, is a really easy way to do that. If you're not in that kind of luxurious position of being able to build your own house, then it becomes more difficult, because it's really, and there's 1,000 answers to that, because every single house is in every part of the world is different. So if your house itself isn't designed well, it becomes very difficult to heat. The important part is it's not the heating aspect of it, it's actually the insulation, i.e. are you retaining whatever heat? Because you can create as much heat as you like, but if you're letting most of that heat go out into the air, your space isn't really going to heat up. So yeah, I can't give you one clear answer, because every single physical space is going to be different. So you'd need to find different solutions to that. And if your house isn't designed well, there's not much you can do. But as we know nowadays, many people are exploring different, from external wall insulation. Obviously, if you're lucky enough to have cavity walls, different insulations for your cavity walls. You can have internal wall insulation. You can have underfloor insulation with XPF, and there's so many different tools out there. So the first thing is really insulation rather than a source of heating, because then, as I say, with a few clever tricks, you can work out how to actually heat your space.
And Rakesh, what are you using for your house? Is your house fully according to the permaculture standards?
So as people know, I'm up until COVID, I was continuously traveling. I would be in England barely 2 months a year. So I've never really had a space. I've never really had a home. So I've just kind of moved in, during COVID, I just moved into my parents' house, which is just an ordinary, straightforward home, which, to be honest, I haven't really done much to. And yeah, so I really haven't done much to this place because I've never really considered this to be my home. But I hope one day to actually find a home.
The world is your home, I think.
Absolutely.
And I've only known you as a traveling permaculturist, sharing your knowledge with everyone where you're invited and never stopping with your work. But anyway, another question that I have from someone here is, first of all, how to grow a lot of food? That's, of course, a very big question. I don't know what a lot of food is. I mean, it depends on the person and their family members. I don't know if you can answer that in a way.
Sure.
I've asked this question before.
Okay, so there's various ways I can answer this. I guess the important thing is, all right, if we look at a typical diet that most people eat nowadays, first question is, why do we eat the kind of foods that we currently eat? And it's mostly because we are being told that this is what we should be eating by whatever media, etc., etc. And if we actually look at it, it's we're being told that because of commodification, because that's where the big corporations can make huge amounts of money. If you actually look at how healthy that is for us, you can see how many diseases are caused by the different types of foods that we eat. And so if we are looking to grow the same food that we are used to eating, then yeah, this is not interesting to me, because we're still going to end up in the same kind of situation of poor quality food with poor nutrients and yeah, lots of diseases. So instead, what I'm more interested in is growing foods that are what I call nutritionally dense foods. So imagine you eat, a bowl full of whatever, rice and various grains or various vegetables and whatever, and a lot of that is very nutritionally poor. Your body, in order to break that food down and get access to those nutrients, it spends a certain amount of energy. It has to produce a certain amount of acid to start breaking it down, and so on and so forth. So it takes some energy, and then slowly, it starts releasing the nutrients, and the body says, "Ooh, I don't really have enough nutrients. I need more. I better eat more." So it sends a signal to the body, "No, I haven't eaten enough. I need to eat more. I need to eat more. I need to eat more." And the more you eat, the more energy it takes, which is why so many people after they've eaten are like really sleepy, because they've basically eaten more food than is necessary, and they've got very little nutrients from their foods. And obviously, continuously doing this, basically your immune system is really weakened, and therefore it leads to certain diseases. So instead, if we eat nutritionally dense foods, first of all, we only need to eat a fraction of the food we're eating to actually get the nutrients we need. And at the same time, we return those nutrients very, very quickly. It takes very little energy from us to break it down, and therefore we have a huge surplus of food, a surplus of nutrients. So many people can't understand how I managed to do all the things that I do. And it's quite simple. It's because I typically take care of my diet. Okay, in this particular case, as I say, I've been literally working 14-hour days for almost 2 weeks non-stop and with very little rest. And eventually my body says, hey, especially with the plummeting weather and, you know, cycling around in, you know, in almost zero temperatures was, yeah, finally kind of got me. But generally, because of my reasonably healthy diet, yeah, it's very rare that I actually get this ill. So what I'm trying to say is to grow, if we want to just grow the same foods that everyone else is eating, then we're not really solving anything. Whereas if we start growing more nutritionally dense foods, then all of a sudden we can, first of all, we need a lot less land. We need a lot less, we need to destroy a lot less of our environment to actually be doing this. In fact, it's quite the reverse, because a really easy way to grow nutritionally dense foods is in what we call food forests. And typically food forests, and they look slightly different in temperate versus tropical climates. And in temperate climates, typically they, what we're talking about is lots of trees and shrubs and plants that are basically all perennial, which means that they come back year after year after year after year, meaning that we don't need to sow, we don't need to be digging the earth and destroying all the incredible, intricate, incredible soil food web that happens underneath the soil, inside the soil, that basically enriches our soil. You know, if we think of all the different bacteria and insects and how they all interact with each other to create life in the soil, every time we dig, we destroy this, which is why many of the agricultural soils are technically, they're dead, they're lifeless. And they're just replaced with artificial chemicals just to make things grow. And somehow we call that food, you know, food that is just grown in dead soil, in a dead structure. Let alone all the chemicals and the poisons and this side, the herbicide and the pesticides and the, you know, all the deadly kind of chemicals that they put on it. Whereas in this kind of food forest, we allow the soils to remain really rich and abundant because we're very rarely digging anything up. We dig a few things up, but not as much as, and we're certainly not turning the whole area over. And these foods just keep coming back year after year after year after year. By planting lots of trees, eventually, you know, after 4 or 5 years, most of the trees will have found their water courses, which means that we never ever need to water our food forests again, because they'll have found the water courses and they'll pump them up and they'll transpire the water back out into the system, which other plants can then make use of. The trees themselves attract lots of animals and insects which come and eat and poop and eat and poop. They also will obviously drop their leaves, they'll drop fruits, they'll drop twigs, which then break down, and mixed with all these poop and stuff just decomposes and breaks down and feeds the lower layers. And this continuous cycle of enrichment means that we never need to add compost, we never need to add nutrients, we never need to, let's say, water, we don't need to plant things. The system just keeps working. In fact, yeah.
So it's actually an imitation of nature. You're actually imitating nature and creating an eco area, maybe in your backyard or wherever you are. Is that correct?
100%, exactly. And so what we are doing is we're just mimicking like how nature works. All we're doing when we're to intentionally design it, because what you'll find in nature when where this happens of its own accord is many of the fruits that we find in these spaces are small wild fruits. They're nutritionally dense, sure, but they are, you know, they're the small wild plums, they're the small wild apples. They're, you know, whereas what we want is we want bigger plums, bigger apples, and we want, you know, certain other qualities. So the reason why we don't have those bigger fruits wild in nature in this temperate climate, the limiting factor is the amount of nutrients that are cycled through the system. So if we understand that, and if we understand where nutrients can come from, and if we can then create a system that generates more nutrients by planting certain things in the right places, then all of a sudden we've got enough nutrient cycling around our system so that we can then plant those bigger fruits and vegetables and what have you. But the most important thing from my perspective is that it's also totally enriching nature. So now all of a sudden we've got a space where all animals and insects are actually really welcome. They're part of the ecosystem, meaning that they are absolutely integral to the system. Yeah, that it's absolutely integral to the system continuing. And so, as we know, one of the, forget climate change, probably for me, what's more worrying is, and climate change is worrying in itself, but is the biodiversity loss. You know, because of our human activities, they say that 1 million species of animals and insects and things are going to go extinct in our lifetime because of our behavior. These things will never be replaced. This is
Yes.
shocking. And whereas growing food in this way, if we replace many of these barren landscapes that they call agriculture, which are absolutely dead from the perspective of nature, if we replace these with these biodiverse, rich spaces, which is full of life, can you see how we can massively transform this planet?
So if everybody were to create food forests, create ecological, rich, diverse areas, whether it's in their backyard or in the local, in another place, we would actually be contributing to this whole climate change problem. I mean, not the problem, but elevating it, improving it. Being a permaculturist, or I think what I'm seeing or what I'm hearing from you, Rakesh, is that you're not only growing food for yourself, you're growing food for everybody, for the animals in the forest. And you, what I'm also hearing is, and what I've learned from you is that it takes less input, human input, because it's a very natural way of gardening, of creating your own food. So it would require less input, but the yield would be quite big for the input that you put in. Is that a little bit one of the principles of one of the
Absolutely.
permaculture?
So about 12 years ago, I designed a garden for my parents who were getting old, and pretty much I designed something close to a forest garden, and then having had it abandoned, after my parents both passed away, the place was more or less abandoned for 6-7 years, and I only came back because of COVID. And so almost no one had touched the garden for so long. And I came back as the pandemic hit, and all the borders and everything started to close. So I was kind of stuck in Paris for a week trying to get back home. And I was in a high risk area, so I was told I must quarantine for 2 weeks. Yeah, no problem. Came back, just ate from my garden. No need to go anywhere. Then after my quarantine, I started cycling around, looking at all the queues in the shops. So it took 2 months before I even bothered to go into a shop, because everything I needed was straight from my garden. I could just eat straight from my garden, because even though no one had touched it for 7 years, it was still full of food. So yeah, it's really, when I say low maintenance, I really mean low maintenance.
Low maintenance, yeah. And Rakesh, another thing that I discovered is, when you do have your own garden, you always have a surplus. You don't know what to do with the rest. And of course, one of the ways is to give it away. But still, it's nice to be able to keep some for the winter months that you don't, you don't rely on going to the supermarket again. So what tips do you have for food storage or keeping enough food for the winter?
So there's a lot of ways of preserving foods. So, but me personally, my favorite way is lactofermentation, for the simple reason that when you ferment foods in this way, and this is an ancient art, this isn't something new, it's not a new fashion. This is, most of us wouldn't be here alive today if it wasn't for people working out how to ferment foods. So lactofermenting foods chemically changes your actual food. It kind of pre-ferments, it pre-digests, if you like, your foods, which means that it makes more of the nutrients in your food available. So you actually get a lot more nutrients out of it. But even more impressively is it then encourages a really good set of bacteria, which means, as we know, most of the illnesses in this world come from either an imbalance in the gut or an imbalance in the blood. And so our gut, as we know, is full of billions of different bacterias, but these bacteria can continuously change. So depending on our diet, will dictate which bacteria is predominant. And so this could either lead to all kinds of things like candida because we're eating too much sugars and or it could be, so many of the illnesses come from bad gut bacteria or an inappropriate or an imbalanced gut bacteria. So if we can change that and actually have a really good healthy gut bacteria, we can solve a lot of the issues that many people have. So lactofermentation actually creates that really magical gut bacteria. So that's my favorite way of doing it. And many of my students, so anyone who studies with me joins this network, the Roots and Permaculture Network. And as such, we have our own internal skill shares, which are quite in-depth. But as soon as the pandemic hit, we decided we would like to offer something to the public as well. So once a month, on the 22nd of every month, we do another project which is for the public called Roots and Resilience. And that's just a free public skill share, which we do online every month. And in there, invariably, we quite often talk about fermentation and food preservation. So if you want to find out more about food preservation, you can look at my YouTube channel and you'll probably find there's a few videos out there on how to ferment foods. But there's so many different techniques for preserving foods. It's also really, so for example, with a lot of the things that we typically throw away and put into compost, we can quite often do something with those. We can, for example, I make vinegars from various things that people throw away. So fruit scraps and things. And, and they could either be simply for a cleaning vinegar or they could be for eating vinegar. But it's pretty much, really making use of every single part of every food that you get. And by living this way, pretty much, as say, you need very little food to feed yourself. And you take very little energy out of your system to actually digest the food and get the nutrients you need, which means you have a massive surplus of energy and nutrients, etc. But you also, as say, using a very little amount of space in your garden. You really don't need as much space as people, Whereas if you go down the line of, no, I want to grow carrots, I want to grow, beetroots, and I want to have potatoes, and I want to have cabbages, I want to have, wheat, and all these kind of things. and tomatoes, you're going to spend so much time and energy growing those things. Invariably, some of those crops will fail because of the climate, because of different pests that may come, because of so many different factors, and very often people get disheartened. Whereas with perennial foods, if one year you don't get so many cherries, hey, you can have tons of strawberries. So what? If one year maybe you don't have so many strawberries, all right, you're going to have loads of mulberries. You always have, there's lots and lots of perennial greens. There's no reason why anyone should ever have to buy greens, because there are so many plants that will give you continuous green leaves, even in the winter.
It's true. It's absolutely true. Yeah. Rakesh, I once went on a wild food walk with you, and it was very, very fascinating, because I realized there's so much food growing out there in nature, and each type of plant has certain qualities, certain taste. And it was like during the walk, I think, I don't know how many types of greenery we managed to eat, or just to have a nibble. And I felt so satisfied, because it felt like a whole new world had opened up for me. And it's there growing, and most people consider it as as rubbish or as weeds. And I have a friend who half his garden is just what others would consider weeds, and as he's working in the garden, he's nibbling away, but he's got a strong body because he's working in the garden, and half his vegetables is that. Is that the same with you? Would you recommend people also to do that, or what?
I would say probably a good 50% of my micronutrients come from foraging, from just picking foods as I'm walking around, and just so yeah, I would say it's absolutely one of the reasons. It's where I get many of my micronutrients from. So yeah, learning how to safely identify plants and how to safely, an edible plant. So for example, a potato, everyone knows is edible, but actually in many forms, it's actually very, 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 very poisonous. So you need to know how to prepare, when to cook and when to, how to prepare food. So it's not just learning what is and what isn't edible. It's also about, method of preparation as well. But once you learn that safely, there's so many edible things out there, and really delicious and really nutritionally dense. So I'd highly recommend it. If you get a chance to do a good wild food walk with someone who knows what they're doing, then it's really worthwhile. It's free food, and it's nutrients that are just. I did a wild food walk just 2 weeks ago, and even in this cold weather, we still found about 15, 18 things that we could eat. In this cold weather where everything's dying back. So imagine when it's summer and it's full on and everything's coming to life. So yeah, it's a wonderful activity.
There's a question here. So how to eat potatoes safely?
Actually, I don't normally eat potatoes, but while I was here, some of my colleagues from my local transition town gave us some seed potatoes to help encourage neighbours all to grow food together. So quite literally this morning, I was just harvesting some of my last potatoes. Well, as you know, a lot of potatoes contain solanine, which, for arthritis and eczemas and things like that is not particularly good. So I don't know about how to eat it safely. All I would say is eat it in moderation, and certainly, to really think about how, it's more than just what you're eating. It's how your overall, how active are you? So if you're very, very active and you're keeping your lymph nodes pumping away, but because you're physically doing a lot of work, you can push a lot of these things out. But if you're very sedentary and eating things like the tomatoes and potatoes and peppers, all of which contain solanine, it builds up. And this is why so many people have different diseases. So I'd say in moderation, unless you're very, very active in keeping your lymph nodes pumping away and therefore eliminating these toxins.
There's some questions from, let me see, let's go now. Oh yes, if the population, is from Matty, if the population grows, how can we still provide organic food to everyone? And then the second question, can we provide nutritional dense food for 10 million people? So let's tackle the first question. If the population grow, how can we still provide organic food to everyone?
If we do it locally, if everyone gets involved in growing food in a local environment, and working as communities, I don't see any reason as to why we can't feed each other. I'm not I'm a practical person. I'm not a theoretical person. Once people start getting academic on me, I switch off. All right, just give me something and let me just go. I'm just going to go. I'll go and harvest something. You talk about your theoretical stuff and let me just get on. And if you want me to build a house, all right, I'll come and build a house. If you want me to. So whereas if you want to just talk theoretically, I'm sorry, I'm out of here.
You're gone.
No, I'm gone. I'm long gone. Because that theoretical talk, it really drives me crazy, because people build up this perfect world in their heads of how the world should be, and they've never taken one step to actually achieve anything and change the world, and that infuriates me. So I'm not going to pretend that I know the answers to those kind of big questions. All I know is that if you give me a little community of people, I will work out how they can grow enough food to take care of themselves. And it's done by collaboration, and it's done by doing it locally. And if we rely on especially if you remember that by growing food in this agricultural way, and especially if we're feeding so much of the things we're growing to animals to then feed back as food, that whole system of, the meat and milk industry is so destructive to this planet. It's so destructive. I think most news agencies are now finally catching up with this. We're seeing this in the newspapers finally. Something we've been talking about for 20, 30 years, but it's finally catching up. And
Rakesh, just one last question, if you could answer it, because time is almost up. Sorry. How to make sure animals don't eat all the garden forest yield? What kind of animals? I don't know. Little animals, big animals.
As far as I'm concerned, animals are totally 100% part of the system. And if you think that you are so superior on this planet that that animals do not deserve to live on this planet and only you do, then I'd suggest you really seriously need to rethink your place on this earth. So for me, animals are absolutely welcome to come and eat stuff from my garden. And you know what? There is more than enough to feed them and to feed me. And I find it quite horrific that so many people think that they need to deter and stop other beautiful creatures from being able to thrive and survive on this planet and deprive them of their ability to thrive. And no. So I'd say that's not even a question for me.
Actually, it's about the fair share part, sharing, isn't it? Okay. That's it. Yeah, it's one of the wonderful. Okay. Thank you for being here again, Rakesh, in my life on screen. And I think everyone would, share my feelings. So we'll be seeing you after the next session, which is on education, and your session will be on intentional communities, which is also, I'm sure, a very nice learning experience for everyone. I've asked you to introduce a little bit of dragon dreaming and what was the other one? Sociocracy. So
Okay.
I hope you're ready. Thank you,
Sure.
Rakesh.
My
See you
pleasure.
later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We have a 5 minutes break or so. Hello, everyone. The next session is a panel of 70 minutes with 4 key speakers on holistic education for families with children living on the land or going off-grid. These educational forums are all child and community centered. Not only the teaching skills, but the personality of the educators are considered of utmost importance. Our first speaker is Catherine Sloan, and she will be presenting the heart of Waldorf education. The second one will be with Didi Ananda Kripa, and she will be presenting the spirit of neo-humanist education. Our third speaker is Parvati Brennan. She will be sharing her home schooling experience. And our fourth and last is Steve Trebek, and he will be presenting education in remote Aboriginal communities in Australia. Let me introduce our first speaker, Catherine Sloan from England. She is a Waldorf educator, and she will present some unique features of Waldorf education, which was started by Rudolf Steiner, and what it has to offer different communities living on the land. Her beautiful quote from Steiner himself, its founder, will define the nature, artistic, cosmic centeredness of this particular education. So welcome, Katrina. Can you unmute yourself, Katrina? Katrina, can you unmute yourself? Thank you very much. Yes. Okay.
Very nice to be here.
Welcome, Katrina.
Thank you. Yeah, so I will begin with a quote from Steiner. It begins with, it was a quotation taken from Steiner's writings as something that he gave to teachers to take away with them. It says, receive the children in reverence, educate them in love, and send them forth in freedom. And that is like the nub of Steiner education. It underpins what we do as teachers in a Steiner school. And basically all the teaching is done under the philosophy of Rudolf Steiner, who developed a spiritual science called anthroposophy, which is the nature of human beings. And there he spoke of each human being having a body, a soul, and a spirit. And this translates in education into working with children through their willing, their feeling, and their thinking. And this also connects in with working with hands, the heart, and the head. So using these three different methods of teaching right throughout the curriculum, each of the children are appreciated and are worked with in a holistic way, with reverence. So, for example, childhood is divided into 3 different distinct sections. So you've got the 0 to 7-year-olds, which usually is kindergarten age. And then you've got 7 to 14, the middle schooling, and 14 to 21, which is the upper school. And the overarching education is for the 0 to 7-year-olds is done through the willing, the activity, the actual doing. So their children of this age imitate. So it would be very important as educators and parents to be working and living in a way that's worthy of imitation. And then in the...
Katrina, sorry to disturb you. Is there an echo?
Yes.
Echo, is she talking? Can everyone hear it?
Yes, we can hear. I think you have another device on your mobile phone, isn't it? And your computer at the same time. So you have to quit one of them.
Thank you. Okay.
Welcome.
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. For
I
yourself
really
also it's pleasant.
yeah,
Yeah.
there was another device on.
You're doing well. You're doing well. Continue. You were talking about the last phase, the third phase.
The third phase is from 14 to 21. So this is more working with the head, more the intellectual, the moral phase of life where they're more analytical and thinking. So I think throughout the education, it's kind of like comes from the heart. It's done through love and through appreciation that each child is an individual, and the importance of seeing who is there in front of you, kind of as to how we educate. So it's never prescribed, you do it like this, this, and this. There's kind of a sense of it's alive, it's an art form. So the teacher is like an artist, kind of, and working with what is in front of them.
Can you maybe give some examples, practical examples? For instance, a day, in the life of a child, the Steiner school, primary school, would like where the heart would be stimulated, would be involved, heart learning. Can you give some examples of that, or an example?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in the Middle Ages, between 7 and 14, it's often done through artistic activities where it's like the breathing life of the child. It's kind of developed through storytelling, through maybe handwork, craft activities where children are kind of feeling into what sort of colors they like, what sort of shape. Also kind of in relationship, it's very much about relationship with the teacher, with the parents, with the other pupils, and it's very much working things out together. And I think through that connection with the heart and the feeling life, we build.
There's also a lot of singing and beautiful colors, beautiful surroundings, the festivals. That probably also plays a very important part in speaking to the heart of the children. From what I've seen.
So yeah, there's a lot of singing, there's a lot of movement. There's a particular kind of movement called eurythmy, which is a very defined movement, but very beautiful as well. And lots of wet on wet painting. There's so many different aspects. It's they're in their writing.
Storytelling.
Yeah, but in their books, and if they're even doing maths or some more kind of heady sort of subjects like thinking, they'll often bring in that quality of beauty into their work as well. So each of their books will be done with care, with reverence, and they might put a beautiful border around and then, put their maths work or number work within that. So I think it's kind of in each stage, the use of, the feeling realm is very important, and also the thinking and the actual making and doing of it. And so within the cycle of the year, a lot of Steiner's work kind of works with the cyclical cycles. So in springtime, they plant seeds and they grow things, and in the autumn they harvest and they have festivals. And so the year is kind of marked with these different timings. And within a community, I think this is very important and very easy to access, when you're working outside in nature so much, that there will be a very kind of heartfelt connection with the elements, and the air, the fire, the water, the earth. And it's a very purposeful, real life experience for them.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of reverence for nature in Steiner education, in Waldorf education, a lot of reverence being cultivated within the child for the natural world.
Yes, two of the things that are encouraged are wonder and awe in everything that they do. And when they come in contact with, whether it's a piece of soil or a flower, there's a kind of a moment of pause where, it's looked at, it's observed, there's an appreciation for it, and it's encouraging that sort of sense of, it's not to be taken for granted necessarily. It's there's something more to a flower than just what we see, or we just pick it and put it in a vase, or, there's something alive about it. And it's encouraging that quality, kind of finding life in everything we do. Yeah.
What about the rhythm of things, the rhythm of nature? There's a resonance going on there. and there's a lot of emphasis to have routine. And would you like to elaborate on that a little bit?
I think for young children, I think one of the things Steiner talks about is having the 3 R's in place, and that's rhythm, repetition, and reverence. And I think in that ability to work with those, we can encourage the child to feel secure in their environment. And so by repeating things, I mean, I know from my experience, when I've told children stories over and over again, they often want the same stories again because they find something, it's nice for them to know what's coming next, and then something they have forgotten, they'll re-remember and it becomes alive again. And so that repetition gives them a kind of a security. It's like the rhythm of the year, the winter, the summer, the autumn, the spring, you know, each brings its own quality. And I think within an environment in that way, a child becomes centered and they kind of feel their feet on the ground. So that security is something that they have deep inside themselves that they can carry throughout their life with them, wherever they find themselves. So I think, you know, to be pure in your own being is an amazing thing to be.
Yeah. Also what I see that there's a warm relationship between the teacher and the pupil. This is very much encouraged. For instance, I know from having been a Steiner mother that the teacher would actually go and do home visits. What is the reason for that?
I guess it's kind of to build links between school and home, and that it's not two very different places. It's also kind of encouraging relationship. It's encouraging openness, connection with each other, and an understanding, a deep understanding of where, from the point of view of teacher, to see what the child's environment is an important part of getting to know them. And one of the practices teachers do often is do a child study. They also take children at nighttime in their mind's eye when they're doing their reflections at the end of the day. They might bring to mind different children or all the children and take them into sleep with them. And if there's any issues or any difficulties, often it becomes known. Beautiful. What to do out with children then.
Beautiful. To end the day with reflecting upon the child, you know. I think this really works. I've done that and experiences myself. So it seems that Waldorf education really would resonate with families moving to a rural area. What practical advice do you have for parents how to set it up? We have a few more minutes. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, yeah, just quickly then. I think in a practical way, I mean, I think people who are setting up a community together, it would be very important to come together and do some sort of reading or research. And there are so many books from Steiner on education. And one is called The Kingdom of Childhood, which is an important piece of work and very easy to understand as well, not like some of his other works perhaps. And to come together and explore and have a look and question things. And I think it's a way forward. And also, you know, seeing what lives in the land, what will make it viable, and how they can use the land and outdoors classrooms in a way that everybody in the community can become a teacher, and everybody has value and something to offer.
So the child would actually be like the middle point almost for the rest of the community, you know, to be his teacher or her teacher. It would be very, very fulfilling for the child. And it's a way of, how do you say it? It creates when grown-ups are involved that you're working with on the land or doing activities on the land. When you have a community of adults, of elders, as it were, all with the different personalities, the different ways of looking at life and sharing their experience, it seems so enriching for the child. And it's also, I think it would create it would definitely, the social emotional intelligence of the child would be very much enriched Would you agree with me?
Absolutely, totally. You know, I think it would be an amazing environment for a child to grow up and to be open to those experiences as well. But notwithstanding that, we all carry with us an inner child that we carry around with us that might not have come from the most ideal upbringing that we've had. So I think even within that kind of environment of kind of, it's almost like we might, or the people in the community might also kind of take their inner child with them and feed their inner child to give back a little bit and grow themselves as well.
I know that you have a beautiful quote to end your session.
Yes, I do. Yeah, and I think with the inner child for everybody, for all of us children here on earth to live by. So, yeah, it goes. If a child has been able in his play to give up his whole loving being to the world around him, he will be able, in the serious tasks of later life, to devote himself with confidence and power to the service of the world.
Thank you, Katrina. Beautiful.
And also remembering that we need fun and humor as well within
Thank you so
how we
much.
live. Yeah.
Thank you for contributing. Bye-bye. You can continue joining us. I'd love to have you continue. Yeah. So our next presenter is with Didi Ananda Kripa, a yogic nun and teaching yoga and meditation from Ananda Marga to women. She is presently based in Spain. She has run and managed several children's homes and schools in East and Nordic countries. The new humanist education schools are based on the philosophical ideas of P.R. Sarkar, with ethics, spirituality, and humanism as the three pillars. It is the practice of love to all created beings. Welcome, Didi Ananda Kripa.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. I'm Didi Ananda Kripa.
Namaskar.
And, namaskar. At present, we are facing a global health crisis that affects the lives of everyone in this planet. And this health crisis also affects many people economically, mentally, emotionally, and socially. So we should even be more prepared, how to remain internally balanced and also socially balanced. So many even think to live urban life and relocate to countryside to live ecologically closer to nature. So we need a new way of life that will resonate with what we really want: peace and happiness, harmony with oneself and with others, and saving the planet, not leaving anyone behind. And that is what neo-humanism is all about. Neo-humanism is the new humanism redefined by Prabhat-Ranjan Sarkar to include not only humans, but also animals, plants, and whole ecosystem. Our forests, lands, mountains, waters, and sky, we need them all to survive. And in this philosophy, everyone, the plants and animals, have the right to live and to exist, just like the humans. And we are all in this together. And on top of that, this philosophy assigns us human beings as the main caretaker of the rest of the world, with the deepest love that we can offer, from our heart. And how to best disseminate this philosophy is through education. And how to save the planet and be sustainable without feeling that it is a part of oneself. So we need to find that connection. We fight for something or someone when we love that someone or something. In neo-humanist education, this feeling of oneness, this love for the entire creation, can be learned by children through the practice of yoga and meditation. Because in the practice of yoga and meditation, we give importance to the existential value of everything. Prabhat-Ranjan Sarkar said, and he is also the spiritual master of Ananda Marga, He said, I don't even just kick a stone, because in a stone, there's also consciousness. So how can I just kick something like that? I have to also give respect even to a stone. So this is one of the unique features of neo-humanist education. In a neo-humanist setting, young children do meditation guided by a teacher. Meditation is not replacing the beliefs or religion of a child, but rather in this guided meditation, children learn how to feel that universal love in a much broader way, by practicing it daily in the setting, so that they can transmit it every day in their day-to-day activities within the setting and also outside the setting in their family. So the practice of meditation at young age supports a child in how to connect naturally with nature, because they know that the plants and animals are not distant to them, with their peers also in a loving way, and to the whole ecosystem. They develop respect and care for them through that interconnectedness. So the practice of meditation even supports children with trauma, because it goes with yoga practices. The yoga practices, it calms down the nervous system of a child. It clears the mind of a child. And a teacher who supports the child also has this loving attitude, outlook, universal outlook to a child. So the children are equally treated in a kindergarten. It is a culturally sensitive and very inclusive setting. The practice of yoga through play also helps channelize the energy of the children in a positive way, supporting their physical and mental health, and so also their spiritual growth. Children are served with vegetarian and vegan food to keep them healthy. And so by doing that, by eating vegan and vegetarian food in the setting, the children are already trying to save the animals. And children who learn meditation even at the age of 2, when they grow up and even they leave our kindergarten, they don't forget that practice of meditation. So you may ask, how do children learn this respect, coupled with their deep love in such a tender age? They learn this through the practice of jhana and niyama. They are ethical and moral principles included in the curriculum of neo-humanist education. These ethical guidelines help children how to deal harmoniously with their peers, and through the practices of jhana, and also how to act properly, and guide their own self, so they can find that inner balance and harmony towards their own self, and that is through the practices of the principles of niyama. So jhana and niyama are taught to children in the form of play, stories, dramatization, songs, rhymes, and arts. So children learn the highest values of life, using these elements of teachings. They can learn about their culture through dances, or learn about the country through stories. So their young mind actually naturally craves for fantasies, metaphors, magic, stories, play, music, dance, songs, and rhymes. So their learning should take place during using these elements of teaching. And so through stories, rhymes, songs, in different languages, they can learn the diversity of languages. They can learn the cultures of other countries, of other children. And a result, they learn inclusion. So the principles of jhana are ahimsa, satya, asteya, aparigraha, brahmacharya. I'm not gonna explain all of them now, but I can take some of them. So for example, ahimsa, which is not causing harm consciously, to others, in thought, word, or deed. And for example, also the brahmacharya, you can put them together in one story. The brahmacharya is the principle that in each and everything, there's the presence of that cosmic consciousness or that cosmic force. It can be taught to the children through stories, for example, in a role play, and through the curriculum. They will understand why we do not make a harmless creature suffer. Because there is a divine force within them. That is brahmacharya. Just like we have it, too within us. So it is a, how can I say it? It is a very holistic curriculum. And then another point is that in the principles of niyama, there are the shaucha, means the cleanliness, santosha, contentment, tapa, service or sacrifice, swajaya, learning about spiritual stories and lessons, and ishwara pranidhana, on meditation, ideating on the great. So for example, tapa, which is giving or sacrificing one's time and energy to help others, sacrificing something of your own to make others happy or alleviate the sufferings of others. This is service. And for children, how they can do service? They can do simple service like watering the plants, or those toys that they don't need anymore. Then they could donate to other children who don't have, to make them happy. So this is the third point that I would like to talk about. That is the salient feature of neo-humanist education is service. It's a very important thing because service develops many positive traits of not only adults but also children. Through the practice of service, positive traits like humility are developed, sacrifice, kindness, leadership, and compassion is naturally developed in a child. As a result, the spiritual development of a child is triggered and is assured. It's just like the Jama Niyama practices in a curriculum. It's just like an ignition key of a car. If you do it, there's a push, and it will lead you to the spiritual development. That's why Jama Niyama leads to the spiritual development of a child. So, in mysticism, many yogis, including Prabhatranjan Sarkar, he said that developing compassion and humility, in an adult language, the surrendering one's ego, is a requisite to attain self-realization. Because the goal of neo-humanism, the goal of neo-humanist education is the attainment of the goal of the union of oneself with the cosmic self. So neo-humanist education does not only support physical, mental, emotional, cognitive, and social development of a child, but rather all this development of the child on this aspect will lead to the development on the spiritual aspect. And this is the most special part of neo-humanism, that there's a clear goal with a clear and concrete practice to attain that goal. It is not theoretical. And the children practice that every day in a neo-humanist setting. So to have, to feel that interconnectedness with everything, we can attain this through the practice of meditation and service. So Prabhatranjan Sarkar, the founder of the philosophy of neo-humanism, has given a clear and concrete practice that even small children can do it, to be able to reach the goal of life, the real meaning of yoga, which is the union of oneself with a cosmic entity. When I was working in a kindergarten in Finland, We used to visit an old people's home, and this is a social service project of the children. They visit there to sing songs, present their arts, do the sitting yoga, because most of the old people were in their wheelchairs. So the children were very, very creative. They make them laugh with their stories, and they present their arts, and they give joy to these old people that sometimes even their own family don't visit them. So you see, giving joy to others is a form of service. It's a satsanga, a good company. It invites positive energy, positive microvita. So who can say that small children cannot do service? Even by eating and vegetarian food, children are already trying to save the animals. So now, how we educators can benefit from the neo-humanist education? First and foremost, through the philosophy of neo-humanism, we will understand better what is the purpose of our life. Why we came here on this planet. Did we just come to enjoy and nothing more? No. P.R. Sarkar said we have a duty. We have a duty to this planet, to our family, to our children, and to our society. We all have to move together. We are all in this together to create a neo-humanist society, where animals and plants will not fear humans for their cruelty, where we educators and parents will provide our children and the next generations to come a better future. Children, by participating in a neo-humanist education, can bring themselves closer to Mother Nature and find that connection with a deepened sense of feeling that the plants and animals are not distant to them. Neo-humanist educators also can influence authorities and government to formulate a new curriculum that has the values of neo-humanism. I think that even people who don't meditate and practice yoga, they will appreciate it. Many people around the world who fight for the rights of animals and plants, even they don't do yoga, they have this sense of love. So
Didi, your time is almost up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Are you almost there? Do you want to add?
Yeah, I have just something more to say. So there are families who are thinking to move to the countryside or rural areas. So there is a question of who is going to educate their children. So we need to take into consideration that maybe qualified teachers will not relocate to the rural areas. So there is a need of parents, cooperation, in educating their children. So when I was a kid, I never played in a park. There was no park where I live. So if there's a park, it's in the main center of the hometown. So I play in the forest. I play in the river. I learned how to make a raft, a bamboo raft, where we can sail. Me and my brothers can sail. And I learned how to pick orchid plants and replant it in the balcony. I learned the natural habitat of those plants and make them thrive in my balcony if I plant them. So why I'm telling you this is because I would like to say that there are many things that children can learn naturally by being close to nature, by being in the countryside. Even one's own backyard can be transformed into external playroom of the children where they can have sun play and water play. If one has a place like a tree, one can set up a swing or canopy-like stuff and create a library room for storytelling to children in an open air. They can have their pets there to play with. They can do gardening in the open space, and they can take care of their own crops, not only eat them, but take care and love them. And if there's a nearby creek, children can have their water play in the most natural environment. And then, and inside the house also, parents can observe the favorite corners of the children and observe what interests them, What makes them curious? Transform that space according to the interests of the children. I remember one parent told me that he transformed one room of his house into a jungle because his kid wants him to be the tiger that chases him. So another interesting activity is music. Children can have fun learning musical instruments. No? Some children at the age of 4 can already perform and dance, and arts like painting can be done outside a house. All the messy things can be done outside the house or in the forest. If one is in the countryside, why not invite neighboring families to have cultural events? I used to bring children to the forest to do meditation and to do storytelling. I used to use natural materials that I find in the forest to make the story interesting with the small world materials, and the story becomes magical.
Didi, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you for your contribution. I just wanted to end with one small sharing from my own experience, because I ran a play school for many, many years from 2 to 4 year olds. And we used to have a little bit of meditation before we ate. And children really learn very, very much from adults, the behavior and the habits of adults and the culture that you create. And this was the culture that we created, and probably in your school, it was the same story. And then when they were at home, I heard from a parent that they demanded from their mothers, from the parents, also to close their eyes at the dinner table before they had their food. So, the cultivation of these kinds of practices are very good to have in school, that kids can carry with them into the home environment. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the next speaker is probably waiting. I'm sorry. I know, you can go on and on. Anyway, we have to consider the other speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your contribution. Bye-bye. Okay. And the next is Parvati Brennan. She'll be giving a session. Let me begin again. Over to you. Our next session is with Parvati Brennan from England. She is a qualified neo-humanistic and Montessori teacher, and she homeschooled all her children successfully. She will be sharing her thoughts of what living real education is. The word education comes from educare or educatum, the Latin, which means to nourish, to draw out. As well as sharing her own valuable experiences on homeschooling, this is what she's going to be doing. Welcome, Parvati.
Namaskar, everybody, and thank you for the invite. It's lovely. Education describes the process of learning and the acquisition of knowledge. Mystical, in essence, this internal calling must be supported by curiosity and external practices. Montessori's description of her students as spiritual embryos clearly states her educational perspective. The neo-humanist system, the layers of the mind, builds on this and encourages us to work with the more subtle aspects as well. We're all questing souls with the highest hopes, not empty vessels waiting to be filled. It's malleable, this education thing. It comes in all shapes and sizes and can be delivered anywhere. The tech revolution has made that possible. Educational choices have also multiplied, making systems of learning much more easily available. You are making an inspired choice, though, to home ed. You'll grow free-range children. You're saying no to constant surveillance, constant monitoring of students and results, radiation poisoning, dodgy ideas, and even dodgier nutrition. You're now involved at a roots level in the educational discourse. You should decide what's the purpose, and what's achievable. You're saying yes to detoxing the mainstream, yes to engagement, yes to self-directed activity, and yes to enjoyment. The conscious curriculum you decide on can be challenging to the old ideas and stories that have held things together for so long. The micromanaging of times and lives cannot occur. And that means that people and events are allowed to unfold at their own pace, rather than the pace imposed on us by materialism and modernism. Make provision for the projects that interest your child, your children, and yourself. Madhavi wanted me to talk about my direct personal experiences of homeschooling.
Yes, go ahead.
I had 4 children under 7 when we lived on Clovelly. Now, Clovelly is a very unique village on the coast of West Devon. It's a heritage site. Its cobbled streets do not allow cars, and deliveries are still made by the donkeys, who were stabled right behind our house, which was an old Coast Guard's cottage away from the main drag. It was very rural and right by the sea. A dear friend of mine, an off-grid smallholder, had 3 children of the same age as mine, and said, "You're obviously not going to send them to school." And I said, "No, I'm not going to send the kids to school." She said, "Well, take mine as well and let me work on the land." So I started Sunrise Outreach down this way with 7 kids, which was a blessing. Having been an old small school teacher, I had many good connections and colleagues within that area. I used a neo-humanist framework daily. So in the beginning, I presented sadhana and kirtan.
What is that, Parvati? What is that, sadhana? What is that, sadhana? What is sadhana?
Sadhana is the art of meditation, the art of withdrawal. A visualization takes place, a concentrated exercise, and then...
Okay, thank you, thank you. Continue.
I had a neo-humanist framework daily. And in the beginning, I did do a bit of chanting and meditation, but it was very much a novelty value thing for the children. I struggled with them at the age of 6 onwards for them to take that practice as seriously, even though I'm a Margi myself. What was more successful, though, for us were the yoga poses.
Postures.
And the yoga postures. The kids were happy to bend up their little bodies.
And how did they find that?
My own daughters, Leela and Shivani, are now 19 and 20, and daily practice yoga on their mats in my home still. They've developed that. We now have a yoga swing in our front room, which is a great bit of kit, and I'd recommend anybody to get it or to get one.
And what else? What other activities were there?
Yeah, I cannot. Tina, Graham, and Vera were all small school colleagues, and I lived around the area of West Devon where they were all living. Tina, who lived next door to me, offered free violin and music lessons. Graham and Vera, mature ex-head teachers of the small school living in Heartland, offered classes and their support. You see, because over the years, this part of Devon has actually attracted some really interesting alternative educators because of this one project. Graham's methods was to immerse the children in the chosen topics. We did topics and projects. So if we were interested in Vikings, we made Viking clothes. We used sackcloth. We used Viking recipes to cook. We painted heraldic emblems and longships. We went to reenactment camps and lived as Vikings for the weekend. Vera's crafts were knitting to crocheting to felting. And they were a terrific source. Mohan lived on a working farm, and he had access to a decent plot of land to plant and grow, as well as a workshop. The workshop facilitated basic carpentry for them, bike repairs, and eventually boat rescue. Rem, a local fisherman, sold us his old vessel, and the kids made it water ready over the autumn and winter. Taking them to the local swimming pools, they got certificates for swimming distance and life-saving techniques, and that becomes really imperative when you live by the sea. Being seasonal.
What I'm hearing is you make full use of the human resources and in your area, connecting the children with the activities that was going on in the community, involving them in it. Is that correct?
It's an integral part of it.
Yeah.
Integral.
Mm-hmm.
One year they made their own polytunnel. The plan was that we wanted to raise some money so that we could visit the biomes down at the Eden Project in Cornwall. So they were going to plant some little seeds, grow some flowers, and go around selling them. But before they could do that, they had to build the polytunnel to put the plants in. We went to the recycling centre and got all we needed. Projects like this involve envisioning, measuring, practical 3D work, finally making a fully enclosed polytunnel. And the farm plot where we were growing at one point provided enough crop, cabbage, potatoes and carrots that Leela and Shivani, my two daughters, used to take it to the farmer's market to sell. All of them look forward to going to feed the lambs, and the ones who were orphaned had to be given a chance. And Farmer Jimmy used to ask his tenants and all the kids to help. Wooding was also done. It had to be dried, seasoned, and eventually burnt. Donkey care was an essential part of my children's life on Clovelly. All the kids are encouraged to care for, walk, and ride the donkeys weekly. It's a duty. A true delight for any little neo-humanist. Maths and English were introduced through play, counters, dominoes, word cards, eventually transferring to bookwork. I encouraged a little of this every day. When our local secondary school started after-school science lab, I phoned the science department and asked them to take in my homegrown kids, which they were really happy to do, really happy to open that dialogue and liaise with us. Needless to say, the experience was really nourishing and the kids loved the Bunsen burners, the test tubes and all the elements.
So the community, as it were, was their learning ground. It was, you were not just confined to staying at home and learning within the context of the private home. The kids really went out and you allowed them to make use of whatever was available. So the world actually became their learning ground. This is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think, Madhavi, we're all cosmic babies. The world on one level is our playground, yes.
It is, and learning and playing, and yes, absolutely. And I heard that, Parvati, that you were an example to quite a few parents there. They actually asked you, how did you do it? And your children joined.
It's astounding. It's astounding, really, when you think about it. But they used to knock on my door. It happened to me 2 or 3 times where it was mums would knock on my door and say, "Are you Leela's mum?" And I'd say, "Yes." And she'd say, "My daughter is friends with your daughter. There's no room at the local primary school. It was oversubscribed. What you do out there on the grass when you're reading them stories looks really interesting. Could we join you?" My kids had a TV at their dad's, and Leela was 11 when she got her first BlackBerry, which she couldn't use. Film nights were locally sourced in the village because the nearest cinema was maybe 30, 40 miles away. All four of mine, not the five, but 4 out of 5 of my kids remain committed vegans, passionate about animal cruelty. And Shivani at 19 is still an equestrian.
Mm-hmm.
I encourage them to try new challenges and practice. I'd read a story every day, think along the lines of Michael Morpurgo or Stig of the Dump, real favorites.
Parvati, we have to round it off very soon. I know you have lots to tell and very enriching, but it seems as if you've done very well as an educator and as a parent, and that many of the things that
I think kids... grand statements then.
You don't agree with me? I would have wanted to be one of your children, I think. Going out and exploring the world out there and learning instead of staying at home, behind a desk, listening to the teacher and writing things down. It's like a living education.
It's a modern education, and it's what education would have been like for most of the population before the state and the church intervened.
Mm-hmm.
In many ways.
Totally. Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Reading at their grandmother's knee. You filled their time with activities that were purposeful and meaningful.
Yes. Yes. Well, I'm sorry, Parvati, but we have to allow the next speaker to present. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your contribution. It was very interesting what you had to say. Yeah, and we'll speak to each other some more very soon, Parvati. Thank you. Okay. The next presenter will be Steve Trebek, and educating in remote Aboriginal communities in Australia. And Steve Trebek will be talking about the role of education in remote Indigenous communities, schools and family education, bilingual versus unilingual, which is unfortunately happening today. Steve Trebek. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Ada. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for the invite to come and speak with all of you. It's very, very late in the morning for me. It's 1:30 a.m. in Australia. So what I'd like to do before I launch into the more remote localities and educational facilities here in Australia is draw a little bit of context for you all with regards to some of the struggles for Indigenous people here in Australia. Within standard education systems, both in the cities, and I'm going to be quoting mostly Northern Australia here, which is where the majority of Indigenous people live. There are terrible problems with education, with children turning up to school. There's only I have done a little bit of research. There's only 39% of students turning up to school. So school engagement is very, very low. Hello?
Go ahead, Steve. We hear you.
Okay, it's just gone. The screen's gone blank. School engagement is very, very low. So around about a third of students attend school. And there's all sorts of government programs happening to try and deepen engagement. And of course, this is very, very standard school programs. And there's a lot of really detrimental issues that are going on within Aboriginal communities. The social chaos within their communities itself is, I liken that to a huge amount of white noise and chaos. you've got the highest consumption of sugar sweetened beverages, Coca-Cola, globally, and Coca-Cola actually aims their marketing at these low socioeconomic and indigenous groups because that's where their highest profit margins are. And another absolutely terrible statistic, we've got the highest rate of youth suicide in Northern Australia than anywhere else on the planet. So so education for Aboriginal people is very, very dysfunctional. Of course, it's all Western, very Western-based education, and very, very colonialist. And so, oh, you're back, Ada. Disappeared there for a while. Then moving. So that's, and again, I'm sharing this as a precedent across the very much the top of part of Australia, which is where the majority of the population of Indigenous people are actually are living. So and then moving out into communities, and this is where this whole issue with regards to bilingual versus unilingual education starts. And there's one very large community in Western Arnhem Land, and I might try and place Arnhem Land for everyone who's listening. So central Northern Australia, you've got the large state of the Northern Territory, and Arnhem Land exists in the top right quadrant of that state. It's a really, really incredible territory in that it is mostly Indigenous run. You've got to get a permit to go into the into those areas. There's a number of communities. I would say around 12 communities, some housing up to 2,000 to 3,000 people in those communities. They've all got schools in those communities, and they pretty much replicate a normal school that you would have in a Western community. And some of them are bilingual and some of them are unilingual. And I've got one community that I actually visit quite often in Western Arnhem Land, a place called Gumbalanya, and the principal of the school there only runs a unilingual education program, and every single time I see Esther, I have conversations with her to try and help her understand the importance of bilingual education. As you preserve Indigenous languages, you preserve Indigenous perspective, and that is just so critical for the survival of culture, the survival of connection with land. So so moving from the way that unfortunately choices are made around how education works for Indigenous people in Australia through unilingual to bilingual, out into an example of an incredible education system in an amazing community called Gubbalwanamu in the central Arnhem Plateau. So this is some of the most remote parts of Australia, if not the world, where there's this tiny little, it's actually a tiny little school. They've got about 16 students at this school, and it's the only school in Australia that's not sponsored by the government or funded by the Australian government. And this is a very, very, very raw grassroots school where students are learning from the country, basically. So learning on country programs. So and a huge part of that is the importance of language and language in connection with culture, cultural perspective that's passed down over tens of thousands of years. That is so critical for the role that these individuals will play in the greater community as they grow up and mature into those specific roles, which may be roles in areas of dance, storytelling, art. This community is very, very strong in art. It's actually was founded by an amazing man, Professor Nabarel Najmarek. He's the senior man. He's passed away now, bless him. And he has art in places all over the world. He's absolutely extraordinary artist. So one of the things that that is, because I want to try and link it into how home educators, families at home, parents, carers can really look at ways and means of educating their own children using these kinds of systems. I've had many years of experience in outdoor education, and which very much replicates some of what goes on within these indigenous education systems, where embodied wisdom is something that's really valued, and that is experiential based learning. And I'm hearing from a lot of the other speakers, there's aspects of this experience-based learning within villages, and various other means. So you've got kids out on country in Arnhem Land learning directly from elders, from in this case with the school at Gubble-Wannamu. There are a couple of teachers there now, so a couple of white teachers and an administrator, which is absolutely fantastic. It's such an incredible precedent for Aboriginal education here in Australia. And so coming back again to this whole concept of embodied wisdom and experience-based learning, where students are out in the Australian bush, and like I'm saying, it's extraordinarily remote areas, learning about connections, relationships, learning about weather patterns. And so there's real life skills that are actually coming out of as far as learning outcomes are going with these groups and with these kids. And of course that affirms a continuance in their role in culture. They understand the role of integrity or rapery, which has to do with the overarching principles that hold together culture, and all of those really complex system of relationships. And one of the biggest thing is that, you know, every aspect of their education is in accord with nature, and so nature plays a huge role within the teaching structure and system, and the individual's relationship within that system and structure. So I could talk a little bit about that relationship system. It's remarkable in that an individual student, Aboriginal person, will have a relationship with every single plant, animal, creepy corally, even the direction of the wind. And it's determined it's a matriarchal system. It's determined by obviously their mother's skin, and they come in with a relationship that determines which part of the ecosystem that they take care. So they're caretakers for certain parts of the ecosystem, and it might be a plant, it might be an animal, it might be some Dreamtime concept or sort of concept of creation story concept that they will look after through art, storytelling, dance. So it's a extraordinarily deep and complex relationship system. Have you got any questions, Ada? Is anything that you think?
Oh yes, let me see. Well, for me, actually, it's what I'm seeing is that there's quite a bit of overlapping between what you're saying and what the other speakers have told about the different systems that they've been using and applying. And so this is wonderful to hear. And I am actually, what you were saying about, what was it now? Experience-based learning. This is the best way for children to learn, you know, using your body, your senses. I mean, not only from the perspective of learning, but it's so healthy because it's like the body is moving in coherence with the heart and with the intelligence, and it's just one big system which is being utilized at that particular moment. Could you maybe give some examples of that?
Well, look, some of the learning on country programs that that happen, I know in some of these really remote parts of Australia, is where a community of children, basically under the guidance of adults, will trek across country and they will travel many hundreds of kilometers from one community to another. So retracing some of those trade routes and some of those and visiting parts of their homeland that they wouldn't ordinarily get to, because you can't drive to these places. They're extraordinarily remote. And there's stories that are associated, cultural stories that carry certain morals, that there's parts of ecosystems that will only grow certain plants, and there'll be certain animals in those areas. So they get to go and visit those ecosystems and learn about them and learn about the roles that they actually play in maintaining that ecosystem through their storytelling dance, through their art. And it's a very, very beginning process of their understanding of what I call ecosystem engineering, which has to do with this really, really refined means of perspective, or a cultural perspective that is then laid upon the land through art, storytelling, their ceremonies, of course. And it's a very, very refined and very, very complex system, and it's been, like I say, refined over tens of thousands of years.
Would you say that in areas where the Aboriginals are living, where they are somehow meant
look, it's Ada's dropped out again. Not sure where she was going with that.
What is it? Sorry, I've just lost track what I was trying to say. Would you say that in that circumstance, the kids, they develop a certain intelligence that no other children could develop?
Well, look, that intelligence, yes, the answer to that is yes. The intelligence that exists within Aboriginal, these very, very remote Aboriginal cultures, is passed down into through their generations. It's within their DNA. It's a case of remembering who they are through the experiential learning-based processes. And of course, we're all indigenous to one part of the world or another. And so to be able to apply that to our situation is to do basically the same, to help us remember the role that we play within relationships in the environment, how we can become caretakers and engineers of ecosystems. We're really, really good at doing it with cities and being engineers within cities. But what about the role that we play in engineering ecosystems? And it has everything to do with the work that we do on the inside, our attitude, as far as our attitude, the way that we see the land, and it's sitting down with elders in this part of Australia. They will talk about the land. They say that the land is as you see it. And of course, they're not talking so much about their eyes. They're talking about their whole, everything about them, the way that you see the land is. And it's a means of disturbing the quantum field in a sense, and they're disturbing it in a way that's completely in accord and understanding that the role that they play within that disturbance. Even as apex predators, of course, they have a huge impact on the overall ecosystem. So it's yeah, so most definitely there's you know, they are relearning something that is so deep within them.
Because you see, if you're living in a city, your sense of perception, your senses become so dull, you know, and I can imagine there's such a big difference already there, you know, between the sense perception of city dwellers and Aboriginals. It's a huge, big difference.
Yeah, well, look, there's so much noise in the city, and it's not so much the noise that reaches our ears. It's all of that. There's a whole. It's just absolutely insane. Just the electromagnetic noise. There's just so much going on, and there's very little of it that's actually in accord with nature. So as far as, you know, experiential based education systems, getting out there into nature, getting out there into parks, even learning about trees, learning about weather patterns, learning about animals and relationships, learning about fungi and how an incredible mycorrhizal relationships between trees and fungi, and this is all the stuff that goes on in Indigenous communities, where they become literally masters in their understanding of what goes on within ecosystems and the role that they actually play, the intimate role that they play within that.
I see a lot of similarities with new humanistic education, though you know, with Indigenous education, of course, it's much more and deeper, maybe, and different. So I would almost like to rename it as relational education, you know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
Yes. It is. It's very
as
much.
You're talking, this is what I'm getting from you.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to welcome anyone out there amongst our audience to come with their questions. You can ask Steve directly if you like, because he's such a source of information with all his experience. And I was brought up in Australia as a child, partly, not completely. And for me, the bush was a sacred place, my sacred place to get away from human, you know, difficulties and emotions. So it gave me a lot of solace. So I have a deep connection from that perspective. So is there anyone who would like to ask Steve a question? Otherwise, I will continue. I think Vikashini, she had a question somewhere.
I can give my questions. I see also Rakesh has a comment.
Oh, Rakesh. Can you read it out?
Okay, I read Rakesh. I failed every single exam. So Rakesh presented earlier. Steve, I don't know if you were there already, but he's a very, how would you describe him, Madhavi, better than me, into permaculture. He's deep
yes, yeah, I did see him talk.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, that's great. So, Rakesh, would you like to ask your question yourself?
Rakesh, where is his question?
I failed every single exam at school. Was I told I was stupid, worthless, etc.? Yet now I can build a house, grow my own food, grow and administer my own medicine, make my own electricity, etc. Schools fail most. The school system is designed to churn out people to fit into the exploitative capitalist system. So it's not really a question.
No, it's a statement, but it's a good statement, Rakesh. So, and I'm with you on that, because schools don't teach kids how to learn. And of course, having children out there in the natural environment, on country, as they call it here in Australia, they are taught to learn. So it's less about what's taught and what comes from a teacher, and more about the experience that is then embraced completely. And of course, once that's embraced, it becomes embodied, and it's something that you don't forget. Similar, Rakesh, to the work that you do, and I do a lot of the similar kind of work. Actually, I do have a permaculture design qualification, and so I very much relate to everything that you were talking about earlier in this session.
Time is actually up. We have I think we have a small break now, but we can also use the break to ask further questions for those who want to, and others who don't, they can take a break. Is that a good idea?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, let me ask some more questions, and if you're willing to stay on, and
Yeah,
also
yeah.
not only you, but maybe ask questions that refers to other presentations, like either Katrina or even Parvati or Didi.
Mhm.
So let me have a look. No one? Okay, then I'll continue.
You want me to read the two? I had questions, but maybe I keep for later. And the Paul White, do you want to say it yourself, or you want me to read it?
Paul White, I grew up. Can you read it? Because my eyes are getting
I grew up
strained.
in Australia and was always appalled by the lack of the vision and knowledge that we were
I can read
told.
it if you'd like.
Okay, Paul White.
Yeah, so
Hey,
I grew
Paul.
up in Australia. Hi, Stephen. And thanks for being here. Yeah, I grew up in Australia, and I already thought when I was in grade 3 of standard school, I thought, this is weird. We're not learning the history of our land, you know, and I don't know, it just made sense to my young, untainted brain that we should actually listen to the First Nations people and somehow incorporate ourselves into their shepherding of the land and their culture. And of course, we just did a horrific job of that. And thank God for people like you, Stephen, who do work with the Indigenous communities to preserve their incredible ways. We learned, we read some small literature about the Dreamtime stories, and it was presented almost in a mocking way, you know, like, oh,
Yeah.
these people, they imagined that the land was made by, you know, giant animals and ha ha ha. And to me, it was like a discord because with my 8-year-old brain, of course, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Of course, that's how the world was created, you know?
Yes.
And just such a gorgeous culture to have interacted small amounts with. Like I said in my message, I used to teach a dance company in Sydney, and I would teach them contemporary dance, but I also performed in a work by one of the choreographers, and just the incredible homage to the land. And it's not that there's a separation, that, you know, you get the sense that these people are the land, and something I've always just wanted to experience. And actually now at 38, I'm in Spain. It's a different land, but I'm getting, you know.
Paul, can I ask what dance group you were working with?
It was the Bangara mob.
Oh, Bangara. Okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm
And
founding
Francis Ring.
member of Marageku Theatre Company, which you probably heard of as well.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Worked with those guys for
sales.
many years.
Thank you. Last question here for Steve from Ada. Diet plays a negative role on the health of Indigenous population. Does it affect children as well? And what are they doing to avoid negative impact of sugar?
It's just such a difficult situation that's going on in these communities. The larger communities, like I said earlier, you've got the highest consumption of Coca-Cola per capita than anywhere else in the world in Northern Australia, in remote parts of Northern Australia. The impact of sugar sweetened beverages alone is horrendous. Then you've got all of the refined foods, flour, very, very basic refined foods that are consumed by people in communities. They get dietitians to come in to help advise people to change diets, and they replace sugar with chemicals. And of course, the chemical sweeteners are even worse for people than the sugar-based sweeteners. So there's terrible education, terrible advice that's coming through. But then you move one step away from those larger communities that have got a reasonably, well, a conventional supermarket, which is where they're sourcing most of their food, out into the remote homelands, of which Gabawanamu is an example. There is no store, there is no supermarket. And part of that learning process that's happening with the kids is that they're out on country learning and hunting and gathering food. And I can just remember, it reminds me of an experience I had with this little boy, Idris, who, it's this sweet little kid. We were walking across country, it would have been 25 years ago. And Idris was very, very close with me, and we'd be walking together in one group. No one was really saying anything because there was nothing that needed to be said. And yet there was a huge amount of communication going on. And Idris would run off and pick billy goat plums from a nearby tree. He'd be climbing up in the tree, and he'd be filling his mouth with these plums, and he'd have 2 handfuls, and he'd come running up to me, and he'd empty one of his handfuls into my hand, and then he'd clench that hand shut, which meant that I wasn't to eat what he's just given me. He'd empty his mouth out and then eat what he could, came and get his little store out of my hand. And the next time he did that, he'd come through and he'd put it in my hand, and he'd look up at me and say, well, that's yours for helping me gather. And of course, those billy goat plums, they've the highest vitamin C that you can get in certainly any fruit here in Australia, whether it's traditional fruit or contemporary fruit. And there's a lot to be said about what's gained through that kind of understanding of country, of plants, their relationships with animals, their understanding that consciousness chooses form to express, and they're constantly working on this very, very deep conscious level with fabricating ecosystems. This concept of dream time, it's a colonialist concept. Songlines is a very colonialist concept. It's all way more complex than that when you get into the real nitty-gritties of what's happening at deep cultural levels. Their ideas, and they make reference, those colonialist ideas make reference. So coming back to what Paul said, it's really quite difficult to bring education into our system, because their ideas and concepts are so different to what ours are. All at the same time, we're certainly not providing any kind of understanding within even the school systems now that brings any kind of sort of respect or honor or to our Indigenous nations, our First Nations people here in Australia.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Ada.
Thank you so much.
I have a question, but that could be for next. Just what's the relationship with children and
Valerie.
star system? That would be another time.
Valerie, we need to have 2 minutes of break.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we don't have even 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's
was
why I wanted.
I know it's an important topic also, but that's all. Maybe we can discuss later.
Yeah, we can. We really need to take a break. Just take a 5-minute break. Thank you, Steve, and thank you everyone else, Didi and Parvati and Katrina. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
So we start again at what is it now here? Lost track now. At 18:55 with Rakesh. I've asked Gomaya or Yolanda to facilitate.
I will do so. Have a nice break.
Yes, thank you, Yolanda.
We continue. Thank you for being back and following our program, because without you, we could prepare anything, but it would make no sense. So it's lovely to have so many people. We have again Rakesh providing his knowledge in this part, and it will be about intentional communities. And as I know Rakesh for quite some years, I've followed also more courses also online with him. And talking about all this teaching in the last part, I think he generates a lovely way of teaching in making you think and guiding and making you curious. So I really love his way of giving education about all the topics he knows. Like today, he's talking in this part about intentional communities and about dragon dreaming and sociocracy. And I really can recommend to follow his courses. For Rakesh was aware of the system going to crumble down, and a different tools needed for years. Maybe Rakesh, you could say once more how long you are already giving these teachings and developing yourself and ongoingly learning and providing. And today we have you after a fever, so that is somehow at your weaker, I suppose, after being ill. But can you imagine what the course is when he is completely there? Okay, Rakesh, the floor is yours. I'm looking forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, luckily I can go into my little forest garden and find some herbs and things to heal myself, so that's not a problem at all. So yeah, in this particular case, I've fermented some berberis, for those who know what that is. So a really good kidney and liver cleanser. So after a fever, good way to strengthen the kidneys and liver, to strengthen it back up again. So what can we say about communities? So people want to start communities, eco-villages, master units, intentional communities, all these kind of things, which is fantastic. It's great, because at the end of the day, we are pack animals, and as such, we want to work together, we want to live together, we want to support each other. Unfortunately, as we can see, the system that we live in is designed to make us feel separate. It's designed to make us feel independent, that we must compete against each other. And this separation is, it's not just a separation from each other as other human beings, but also separation from our planet, from our surroundings, from nature. And it's this disconnect. This disconnect creates so much fear in people, because this having to be able to do everything yourself, to be so strong, to be able to meet all of your needs on your own, is, very few people actually get an opportunity to learn those skills. So the only way that they can actually survive in the system is to join the system and be part of a system that that then gives them, so they can earn a livelihood. Whether it's a right livelihood or not is, in many cases, quite unlikely. But to earn some kind of a livelihood so that they can pay for their house, so they can pay for their food, etc., etc. So, and this separation, this isolation, this disconnect from each other and from our surroundings, and as I say, creates fear in people. But what if I can't work? What if I can't get this? What if I can't? And it's this fear that allows the system to to basically control us. And this is something I saw pretty much from before I even left school. I mean, I actually left school mentally at the age of about 12, 13, because I saw how the system was working. And I'm the kind of person that I want to, if someone's going to tell me something, I want to understand it. I'm not just going to be told something and just believe it. I don't care who you are, how old you are, whether I should respect you or not. If you're going to tell me something, explain it to me properly so that I actually understand it, and then I can believe you. But in many cases at school, I was told things and I was saying, sorry, sir, but that's not how the world is. It's like this. And my reward for telling the truth was to be physically beaten at school. So I had a huge distrust of school, and which ultimately, so I left school pretty much mentally at the age of 12, hence failing every single exam that I took, because I just never went to class, and I never really cared for much of their instructions. So, as I say, this separation, many of us, we really want to be in packs, we want to be in groups, we want to be there to support each other. But because the system right the way from a young age is telling us, no, we need to be separate, we need to compete against each other, we need to be the best in class. And if you look at it, if you really think about it, if one child is the best at mathematics in a class, but they're second or third best in a, I don't know, science or languages or something, then in those classes they failed. So very few people are actually successful in school. Most people somehow are failures, and this is how the system builds us up to being. And for those who really want to connect with each other and really be part of a collective, they feel this, they feel almost like there's something wrong with them to want to ask for help, to say, hey, I don't completely get that. Can someone explain that? Can you help me with that part? I understand this part very, 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 very well, but this part I'm not so sure. Can someone help me with that? We feel almost like embarrassed to ask people, to admit that we don't know everything, and that, and because of this insecurity, many people almost feel like, like there's something wrong with wanting to ask for help and to be part of a collective. So there's very, very, very few examples of humans coming together and truly living together. The whole system, the way in which the system is designed, it's designed not to actually encourage us to really, truly work collaboratively. So we have very few good role models. If we look at most eco-villages and intentional communities, you'll see most of them, sad to say, are in turmoil. Sorry to say that, but that's the truth. The fact is that, the idea is fantastic. The idea is really great, and honor the people who are strong enough to stand up and try and make these happen. And what we see is that building houses, quite easy. Growing food, no problem. Making electricity, all these tangible things are actually really straightforward. But living with other human beings in a culture where we have no real good experiences of truly hearing each other, truly understanding each other, truly, really, how can you say it, truly being so joyful at all the differences that there are between us. I don't know how to explain that better, but truly to recognize the differences that there are between us and really celebrate that. Because we're not given those experiences, many people feel like there's something wrong with them, and for thinking that way, and therefore many people get depressed because they can't. And so when we actually get to creating these eco-villages, we see, because we don't have the experiences of truly living well together, invariably many of these projects fail. So if we look at many of the eco-villages around the world that are still in existence 20, 30 years on, what we see is they've gone through so many different iterations, so many different ups and downs, of having to completely reinvent themselves until they find a place where they can communicate well, where they can express themselves, etc., and then can truly live together. And so, yeah, it's all good and well, all the best intentions in the world is not enough to start an eco-village. It's not enough to start an intentional community. There really needs to be some deep work that takes place. And with all of the tools that we have at our disposal, certain things are absolutely common amongst all of them. I guess the first thing is, and I haven't written this down, so I'm just doing this on the fly, so forgive me if I miss one or two, but maybe some of the key things are a common vision, being really clear on why we are together, and probably the two tools that I'd like to talk about, both, this is the starting point for both dragon dreaming and for sociocracy. They both start with everyone in the project expressing. So dragon dreaming has a really beautiful way to do it. It starts off by asking a very generative, open-ended question, something along the lines of, in the next 5 years, what needs to happen in this intentional community to really make you passionately want to be involved? So everyone answers that. What needs to happen in the next 5 years in this project to make you passionately want to be involved? Everyone has time to digest this question and think about it and feel into it. And there's lots of different ways in which that can be done. And then everyone has an opportunity to express it. From that, we can then create some kind of a common, what's common amongst everyone. And from that, we create some kind of a common vision, and then check with each other. Check in. Does this represent? Does this still make you excited? Is this the project you want to be in? Yes or no? And if this excites you, then yeah, let's keep going. And so pretty much sociocracy and dragon dreaming start in pretty much the same way, with that common vision. And then later on, if anyone joins the project, again, they need to go through that process of understanding that vision, of expressing themselves to see, do they really fit into this project? Can they modify the project, or is their understanding of this project so different to ours that actually perhaps maybe you don't really fit in. So if it's, for example, a vegan eco-village and someone, a vegan, drug-free, alcohol-free kind of community, and someone wants to come in who is a committed meat eater, who wants to do drugs and have parties all night long with heavy metal music, and maybe you're not so compatible with our project. And so we have to accept. Many people talk about inclusivity. There's certain limits to inclusivity. And, as far as I'm concerned, you need to find what's common with your group, of what's going to, what's important for your group to kind of move together and to move forward together. So other areas that are really important is to continuously hear, so once you've got the vision out there, you then need some way in which to continuously hear back from people, of getting feedback of what's happening, what's going well, what's not going so well, so that you can use that feedback to continuously fine-tune your project. And so this is where sociocracy and dragon dreaming differ slightly. And maybe if I can look at sociocracy first. Sociocracy, basically, it works on the principle that you have a vision that everyone has said, this is what we want to achieve. And then every proposal you make is made based against, does this help us to achieve and to reach where we want to get to, or does it take us away from where we say we want to arrive at? And so now every decision we make is based against logic. It's not based against, oh, I like this person, I don't like that person, so I'm going to go with this. It's got nothing to do with personalities. It's got nothing to do with, basically it's down to pure logic. The other important thing is whether, what you're never looking to do is you're never looking to find a perfect solution. Imagine if you have 20 people who are all gardeners, all of whom make compost, and you were to ask them what is the perfect way to make compost. Do you think that you would ever get 20 gardeners to agree on the best way to make compost? Everyone has their experience, and for every single person, their way of making compost is perfect, because it's the solution they have found that works in their particular situation. So for each person is correct. Each person is correct. That's their reality. But to say there is one reality that is correct for everybody, you're looking to try and achieve something that's almost impossible. So instead of looking to make a decision based on finding a solution that everyone thinks is perfect, what you're looking to do is finding the highest common denominator, the highest point at which everyone agrees that, yeah, if we do this, it's going to help us to get to where we want to go. And I don't see any reason as to why this proposal is going to stop us from getting there. That's the key to it. I see, if you've got a valid logical reason as to why, if we accept this proposal, it stops us from getting to that end goal, then you need to object to this, And if someone objects and just says, oh no, I think I've got a better proposal, that's not an objection. That's a new proposal, which can be handled separately. But first of all, answer, is there any reason as to why this wouldn't work? And so in this way, we can very, very carefully, very precisely keep asking the right questions, so that we keep moving in the right direction, step by step by step by step. The other important thing with sociocracy is to recognize that that vision that we first created is not set in stone. So that vision can change at any moment. As long as the entire community consents to a change. So for example, if someone comes into the project and has a slightly different idea of how to do something, which none of you ever thought of before, and it's like really, wow, this is great. Wow, I love this. Does that mean just because you didn't think of it before that you have to restrict yourselves to an old way of thinking? Now that this new person has brought in this beautiful energy, this beautiful idea, adjust. And so you can change the vision as long as everyone consents to it. So basically, sociocracy is a really dynamic, ever-changing form of governance. Dragon dreaming is, and it's really wonderful, Stephen was mentioning Aboriginal, First Nations, Australian culture, is something that was actually developed by observing and understanding Aboriginal culture. And I'm not going to disrespect, because I've never been to Australia. I've never had the pleasure of working with or living with First Nations, so I can't speak from any experience. But the way that dragon dreaming is presented from this deep work that was done working with Aboriginals and trying to bring some of that wisdom into Western culture. And so effectively, again, some of the key things that the person who started dragon dreaming observed is how many projects fail to get off the ground because the vision, they don't have a common vision, they don't have a common culture, and without that common vision and that common culture, it's very difficult for people to move collectively. So the first thing is to establish that culture. Then to try and see, in similar way to how many people understand things like song lines, and understanding how everything somehow interconnects with each other, how, going from one place to the next place, to the next place, to the next place, and all the different experiences and all the different things you see and find in each of those places, and how they interconnect, and how the next story intertwines with that, and another story intertwines with that. All these different song lines are essentially like, interpreted as if it's some kind of a project plan. So if you want to deliver something, each vision, each entity within your project has its own song line, and it interacts with other things, and it intertwines, and it really beautifully intersects with all the other song lines in order to make a full story. Each one can be its own story on its own, but interconnected, it makes a much more beautiful, much more integrated story. This is how it's presented. So anyone can start a songline. Anyone can, express, well, actually, what I'm really passionate about is this. What I've got really good skills at are this. And in identifying all your different skills, identifying all your different abilities, you can then start to piece together how to actually create and complete a project. Another really important aspect of dragon dreaming is how we look at different mentalities of people. And these different mentalities also somehow interrelate with different phases of a project. So in a project, in order for a project to even start, you need a dreamer. You need someone with an idea. And, if it wasn't for someone thinking out of the box, and what we find is typically dreamers are people who are not restricted by what's already been done. They can dream, they can think, wow, what if we did this? What if we could fly? And what if, and they can think unchecked by reality sometimes. So, but they have this ability to think, to dream, to go beyond what is the norm. And this is a really beautiful, important gift that they have to bring to any community or any project. Because if it wasn't for this, nothing would change. Nothing new would ever happen. One of the challenges, though, with dreamers is they're not always so good at actually turning their dreams into reality. Because very often they'll just keep dreaming and dreaming and dreaming and dreaming and not know when to actually stop dreaming and when to actually turn things into reality. So we need people who can take this kind of crazy abstract idea and somehow turn it into some kind of a plan. And so this is the second mentality, the planners. And say they can take some really obscure, abstract ideas and see, well, actually, you know, you want to be building houses in tree tops, and you want to fly from one to the other. At the moment, human beings can't just fly. Really? Maybe we need to build some bridges or something instead in the meantime until we learn to fly, perhaps. So they can kind of take this crazy idea and say, well, actually, that's not really going to be feasible. You know, let's get it back down to earth a little bit and let's check it a little bit. Oh, and so it goes back to the dreamers. Oh, we can't fly. Oh, bridges. Oh, in that case, maybe we could. And all of a sudden they start dreaming again. And they can start engaging with this process. And this is actually really essential because what we find is very often a dreamer dreams, a planner plans, they hand that on to the next group, which is the doers. But very rarely do we find that the planners go back to the dreamers to actually clarify and actually adjust things. And what this does is it makes the dreamers, you know, so by the time the planner has finished planning, hands it over to the third mentality, which is the doers. Very often the doers are not the kind of people who sit in meetings and actually listen to other people. They're just too good at doing things. So they're just going to get on with stuff. And, you know, so you give them a plan for a three-legged table with one leg shorter than the other, and they're like, ha, nonsense. Why would anyone want to build a three-legged table with one? No, I'm just going to build a three-legged table with three legs that are the same size. That's what everyone does, you know, why? And off they go and they build it. And because they know how to build tables, and that's how you build a table. Not recognizing that this table was to go into a particular corner where there's a big stone in the at that corner, and so one leg has to be shorter. And because they didn't connect to the dream, they didn't connect to the plan, the doers just went off and did it. So in other words, everyone starts to get disappointed because of this lack of communication.
Hey, Rakesh,
Yes.
it's beautiful. Is it possible to do something? I know you're amazingly creative in this, to do something with the audience. Can I ask you that? Is that possible with the dragon dreaming part?
Sure. How much time do we have left?
Half an hour.
See, I mean, it's easy to do when you're face to face because you can get people off in little groups. But on Zoom with 30, 35 people, it's not so easy to split people off and get them thinking. And by the time you've done that and it comes back, it's
yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just was playing with the thought to have also the audience.
If it's face to face, then that's really, 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 really easy. And that's, as you know, that's invariably what I do. But online, it's much more.
Okay.
Yeah, in this kind of scenario, it's a lot more difficult.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. So,
Rakesh, what about just to ask, you know, what people's dreams are, just for some people to share? I mean, it doesn't have to be now, but whenever you think it's fit. Anyway, sorry to disturb you.
Okay. All right. I'll have a think how I can integrate a bit more. I say I haven't planned any of this, so I'm just talking for the sake. Yeah, just talking, expressing whatever I can express about the different tools. So yeah, so as I say, what's really important is that each each of these peoples, the dreamers, the planners, and the doers are all absolutely essential to a project.
Yeah.
Absolutely essential. But without good communication between each group, it becomes, yeah, basically people get very, very frustrated and disappointed. So what's really important is that the dreamers express their dream, the planners interpret that into some kind of a plan. They go back to the dreamers to say, okay, this is possible, that's not possible, here's some ideas, and then the dreamers can dream again a little bit more and hand it back to the planners so they can, so you have this little loop of going between them until both parties are kind of happy that, yeah, all right, this is the dream that we want to now put into action. The same process then needs to happen between the planner and the doer, so that the planners and the doers are again in sync in pretty much the same way. And then all parties are in sync. Now, the fourth phase is probably the phase that most people do not even consider, and is probably one of the most important phases of a project, which is the celebration or reflection phase. So what we mean by celebration is when you do something, whatever step you make towards achieving something, it should be recognized and celebrated for what it is. That, hey, come on guys, look at what we've done, isn't this great, wonderful? But it's also an opportunity to reflect, to check on what the vision was, to check what we've actually done, and to see how do the two relate. So it's a way of continuously getting feedback to check on how our project is actually going and how well we're doing and what we are actually achieving, especially in terms of the intangibles, so that the joys, the fun, the laughs, the celebrate, checking in with the less tangible results rather than just, hey, look, we have built this, whatever it is we're going to build. So this is dragon dreaming. And so what we have is we actually end up having, as say, the project is also in these kind of phases where you have a vision, so you have a dreaming phase, you have a planning phase, you have a doing phase, and the celebration phase. But actually, in reality, what it is you dream the dream, you plan the dream, you celebrate the dream, you do the dream, and then you celebrate the dream. Then you plan